Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, November 21st, and like on most every Friday, nearly every Friday, just about every Friday, there are exceptions. We're doing viewer levels. Y'all are submitting levels to me, and I'm going to play them in a mostly first come, first served basis, except for the case of express passes, which Twitch subs can redeem, or they can also get an instant refresh, which is also a thing they can do. It's like a mutually exclusive type deal. Y'all understand. It's been explained. If you have a sub, you probably know what to do with it. I just realized I didn't get up the warp world on my phone before we began. I need to do that whole rigmarole. How you doing? It is, like I said, November 21st, and I'll say I have started my whole, Thanksgiving break. I am now on a bit of PTO until such time as Thanksgiving is over. So, the next week or so. Lovely. I just think that this is one of the best times of the year. Thanksgiving, it's the start of the holiday season, and I feel like most would agree. Maybe some would say like Halloween or like November in general, or maybe some would say no, 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 just December is when the holiday season starts because we're talking about the holiday, the main one. Thanksgiving isn't worldwide or anything, even though I know that Canadians do it too. And does anyone else do it other than us Americans and Canadians also? It's a pretty good holiday. We go over and we have a meal, and there's some, fun family time type stuff that happens on account of the holiday. It's nice to have the excuse to take a whole week off and then just know, like, yeah, no, in like a couple more weeks, gonna have like 2 whole weeks off. I feel like I spend most of the year looking forward to those 2 weeks off. They are rare. They are rare as hell. Hmm. Think I got the warp world up. Excellent. Hopefully that vampin' covered the moments where it was we were waiting for it. Well, there you go. There, now we can see who's next and, get it started. How you doing, everyone? I hope that a lot of y'all are also coming up on your time off. Either for December, if you're doing, more than 2 weeks in December, or I hope you're, doing your 1 week in November and you're getting ready for your 2 weeks in December, or I don't know. Europeans tend to have take a whole month off in the summer. Do they also take a month off in the winter as well? That's amazing, Europeans. We all wish we could be like you, but it's more important to our national identity that our leaders are very rich and someone's making money in our country by the bucket load. That is more important than time off, apparently, in some people's eyes. Not mine, I'll say. I love time off. I love to rest and rejuvenate. Yeah. Hey, Prexton. Hey, Rock Party, 06I, Coco Coco, Nabbit Plays, bunch of folks in the chat. I think I saw, Freddy Fazbear is here, MNS Tree, lots of folks. I could read everyone's names, or we could talk about some stuff before we begin. Let's talk about some stuff before we begin. I would like to see the notifications game, yeah, sure. Looks like people have been playing my levels as they tend to do. And some amount of likes and even a comment on Bonus Biome 4. What's up? Just have a look at that real fast. It's, you should do it. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is a very nice comment here from Fallacy. How do you only have that many subs? Do you have an all-time medal? Like in-game? Yeah, I don't know. know, where's the sub counts in game? Like, amount of people subscribed. Is that like a thing you can tell from the thing? Or are you talking like YouTube, maybe? It's good. It's a good, thing. Do I have a medal? What medal do I have? I have, like, a bronze in maker points all time. That's pretty good. Yeah, I do good levels, I think. I agree. Commenter from half a year ago. Couple things before we begin. One, yes, I am on Thanksgiving break. Kind of already covered that, me from the past. I actually already covered that before I started talking, before I started pulling cards. Let me say, as far as another thing we could talk about card-wise that I actually don't think I made a card for, we did just come out of a week of big programming. Did like 8 days of streaming in a row last week. That was pretty fun. You can see here on the calendar, which I have added X's to, so you can tell what's the past and what's the present. You can see there that we did like a Portal 2 stream, a Metroid Prime Randomizer stream, Windswept, Fortnite, both of those were first-time plays. Mario Maker as per usual. Then on Saturday we did the AYN Thor streams, checking out the AYN Thor that I got. A open RCT2 stream on Sunday, and then finishing Portal 2 on Monday. That was a hell of a thing. That was a hell of a week. I'll say, like, the day after that, I had so much fucking laundry to do. When I usually do laundry, I usually do, like, 2 loads at once, you know? I had 3 loads ready to go by the time that I was doing it, like, on Tuesday night. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Now I am well good and got plenty of clean clothes, and I even hung them up on the things. I didn't just leave them in their bins, in the clean bins. No, I put them into drawers and on the hangers and all that. It's all really good right now. I'm feeling pretty clean as far as the clothes go. I'll be honest, this place could use a bit of a spring cleaning. There's kind of crap everywhere and all that, but it's fine. Whatever. Maybe I could do some of that during my Thanksgiving break. All the time off that I have. Say 2 things. First off, there will be WarioWare Touched on Tuesday. I guess 3 things, actually. So plan for next week, for this week as far as streams go, is that I'm going to do another AYN Thor base stream. The AYN Thor, of course, is a lovely retro handheld. I showed it off last week on Saturday. That VOD did a lot better than any other VOD in the channel's history. And it's not just that reason why I'm doing another stream of the AYN Thor. I get it, you know, like I said on a previous stream that, like, I was totally in that spot where I was waiting for the AYN Thor to arrive, excited about the AYN Thor, just searching YouTube for videos about the AYN Thor and watching what people had to say about it. I get why it picked up, why it did numbers, and I'm happy about that. I'm gonna do another stream of it, and in particular, I have a great idea. I'm going to get... I have a stylus that's in the mail, like a stubby, shorter stylus that Retro Game Core recommends. It's coming, I think, on either tomorrow or by Monday. I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna use it to play through all of WarioWare Touched on this thing in its entirety on Tuesday, which I think will be a fun time, and I also think it will stress the hell... It'll be a great stress test of this thing, of its touchscreen, etc. Like, if the touchscreen is not fit for task, we will know 100% clearly by the end of WarioWare Touched. I cannot think of a better lower touchscreen test than WarioWare Touched. So that'll be the plan for Tuesday. Then, next Friday, we're doing Extra Life. If you don't know, Extra Life is a charity thing that a lot of streamers do, around this time of year where they do a big long stream for charity in support of their local children's hospital. And yes, I am doing a charity stream in support of my relatively local children's hospital. I'm not sure. I think there might be a closer one, but I don't think they participate in the Extra Life program. It's a little. I'm doing it in support of the one in Dallas. I think there is one in Plano too, but I don't know. They don't want any money, I guess. I don't know how that works. Anyway, here are the plans for that. As the card said, basically, Yooka-Laylee came out earlier this year. I really wasn't a fan of the first Yooka-Laylee. I backed it to the tune of like some $100, £100 or something. A lot of money. I thought it was going to be really good, so I supported it to the hilt. And then I played it, and I didn't like it at all. And they've given it a second chance. They've remade it, and some people say it's improved. Others people say, like, review score wise, nah, it's not. It's still pretty dookie, like, mostly. I am curious which side of the line it falls on. I'm curious if the improvements help, and I will be giving it a full 12 hours. That said, there will be donation incentives that include the following things. One, I will go on a break and switch shirts. I'm gonna have like 50 shirts on the seat next to me, and we can like test run that real fast actually before we begin here. Like I have like a couple of shirts here, like I'll say like as a rule, like the 50 shirts will not include anything green because the green screen fucks with them. Like this shirt is a quite lovely shirt, I think. Let me get this bigger and get bigger as well. This shirt is a lovely shirt, but as you can kind of see, whenever the green screen is trying to chroma key, it fucks up. So it's apt, unfortunately. But anything that doesn't have that effect, including this one, which is also green, but not exactly the same, it's too dark of a green to get chroma keyed, apparently. Anything that is of that sort will be up for consideration. I will just have 50 shirts, and I will grab the next one on a $5 to $10 donation. 5 for the first, like, 10 or so, and then after that, you know, it'll go up to 20, or go up to 10. Also, you can let me play a world of Banjo-Kazooie, give me a taste of a better game, so we can, you know, have that to compare against Yooka-Laylee. Or you could donate more to make me play Sonic 06, which is famously one of the worst 3D platformers. If you want to, like, put things in perspective and, you know, give us an example of something worse than what otherwise we would play. That is the plan for next week. That is next Friday's stream. There will be no viewer levels as a result. You can see on the calendar here, if you look forward, like, no viewer levels until after tonight, until December. Keep that in mind. It's pretty straightforward, I think. Let me, let's take this for a test drive. I'm gonna switch into one of these shirts. Is there any one of these three you would like to, goddammit, see? I'll plug this in. How about the Zelda shirt? Green, dark green, that's alright. Let's, do this. Now, I think how this is gonna work is I'm just gonna go to a break and switch shirts as fast as I can. That's how we're gonna do it. Let's give this a shot and see if this actually is, like, viable and shit. Okay? Ready? Go. Okay. This seems to work. That wasn't too bad. I'm wondering how many times that'll get redeemed over the course of the Extra Life stream. Like, maybe I won't have to take a break to, like, you know, get it under the 12-hour requirement for like, YouTube VOD purposes. Like, maybe just the amount of t-shirt changing could take that out of that already, just as a matter of course, but we'll see how that goes. That's gonna be the thing for next week. Those are the plans for next week. And, yeah. Ooh. One more thing as far as future plans. I have come up with some plans for December too. They're hot and fresh. Here, take a look at the image. That's right, I have this brand new calendar to explain the plans for December, which I have now fleshed out and put onto a schedule, which means that we will almost definitely abide by it. Basically, as you can see, viewer levels on Friday throughout the whole thing. That's going to be a constant. For the first half of the month, there's like a little bit of a Metroid theme from trying out Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, to Metroid Prime 2 Randomizer and Super Metroid Randomizer on Sunday, both of those. I also want to do Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2 on Tuesdays, and that'll be a little bit early because I want to do those in one stream each. We'll see how those go. And I'd like to do them with commentary like I did Half-Life 2 like a year ago, with the commentary and going from node to node and listening to the insights. I think that'd be interesting. Then there's some Game of the Year streams on Xmas Week where we'll revisit my favorite games of the year, including a whole stream that's just purely Silk Song and Bonanza, my two frontrunners, and I don't think that'll change. I don't think Beyond has any chance of, like, contesting that. No. Hades was kind of close, but I think even that fell well short in the end with how it ended, I would say. I feel like the ending really felt like the air coming out of a balloon as far as Hades 2 goes. It doesn't compete with the top two slots, I think. Then the last week of December we'll have more randomizers, A Link to the Past, LttP randomizer. I need to finish that game so I can do a randomizer of it. I will try to do that off stream in the next month. Then Paper Mario 1000 Year Door randomizer will be the last stream of the year, and then I'll reveal the Game of the Year, Anime of the Year list that I got on the first Friday stream of the new year. That'll be next year. Does that all make sense? Does that all sound good? I think it all sounds great. I'm looking forward to all these plans, and I think this'll be some lovely good stuff. And I'll say doing some Super Metroid randomizer and some Link to the Past randomizer will put me in a perfect position for trying out the Link to the Past Super Metroid combo randomizer, which will be, I think, the finale of what I am calling the randomizer month, which will be February. February will have like 7-8 randomizers in it. A lot more than this month, I'll say, for what it's worth. This month, fewer, but still a lot compared to previous months, I would say. Yeah, those are the plans. Lovely. Alright, that's all the upfront stuff that I had in mind, wanted to touch on before we begun. Does that all sound good? WarioWare, Extra Life, bunch of December stuff. Look forward to all that. I hope y'all will tune in, donate, hangouts, in the case of streams where it's not a charity thing, etc., etc. Let's go ahead and get things going. It's viewer levels proper. Let's go ahead and start this off with 06i's level. Let me explain how this works, by the way, for those who are new or otherwise need a refresher. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which is to say, the 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, hey 06i, if you are not here, I gotta sneeze. I got a sneeze coming. Let's keep talking until... Oh, I think I'm better. Okay. If you are not here, I will do the level in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present, which is an important policy, and playing more levels, which is fun. It's a good policy to have. And 06i is here, so we'll start the 12-minute timer. I did see that that Rock Party was trying to submit the level before the queue was open, and was doing that before 06i submitted, but I think y'all were basically both waiting for the queue to open, so I'm gonna give it to 06I tonight, and, you know, we'll see. I don't know, I feel like if 06I is just waiting for me to officially say the queue is open, whereas Rock Party is getting in early, I feel like both of y'all are waiting. It's hard to determine, like, which one really should come first, but, I decided the other way last time. Let's decide this way this time, and we'll play it by ear in the future. I need to hit that block with the Goomba, I think. You're assembling furniture right now? That's cool. I like, I was gonna say assembling furniture. That's a weird thing. Is that a weird thing to say? This is some sort of puzzle something. I don't get it. I can reset with a reset pipe. What are we doing here, folks? Hey, Flying Waluigi, how you doing? Can I throw this upwards? Am I supposed to, like, spitting off this doesn't give me enough height. Hole? Hole? Oh, good idea, the hole. I didn't think about putting the thing in the hole. I should think about holes more. I'll try that. Yeah, let's do that. I noticed that the screen isn't scrolling based on height, which means that this must be some sort of auto-scrolling situation. And as such, there are stuff hidden off-screen, both up and down, that we should be aware of, I guess. Excellent. Okay. Whew. Hope y'all had a nice week. Like I said, it had been... For me, it was kind of funny because, you know, I just spent a whole week streaming. Just like constant streams day in, day out. So going back to just, you know, having some in-between stream times was nice and relaxing. I watched a lot of stuff. I, you know, had a lot of relaxing days. Feeling alright. I'll say I've been a little bit, like, sniffly. I think there's some... Damn it. I think there's some allergy type crap going on. I don't know. I feel like there's always allergy stuff going on. Honestly, to the point where it is more rare for me to, like, be able to smell things in general. Like, whenever I'm out and about and it's like, oh, I can smell grass or something normal, it's like, oh crap, I can smell, you know? I opened my fridge today and it smells of the pork that I got from HEB, the pork sausages. And I wonder, like, oh shit, is that, do people normally smell their pork sausages? Or did HEB just not, like, properly bundle them up? Like, I don't know. Like, when you get the... I got the house brand HEB rather than the, you know, the other brand, you know, like the Johnson's. I think Johnson is the name of that brand. The main sausage people that you get at the food store, the grocery store. Johnson's? I don't know. I don't know about that. But I'm very sniffly, and also I feel like I've been smelling some stuff recently. So, good days and bad days, I guess. I don't know. I don't fucking get it. Nose situation. Do y'all smell things on a regular basis? Like, when you go out and there's like a freshly mowed lawn, do you go like, oh, there's some lawn out there? Or is it just like a thing where you don't think about it, and then occasionally you think about it and you go like, oh yeah, lawn. How about that? I don't know. Look forward to many more riveting, tangents as we go on about, various things that have been going on in the news, in the world, in games that I've been playing. Oh, this is some sort of, oh, that's like a setup for syncing up these 4 blocks. That's really cool. And now we have, a block snake that's 4 wide. Wow, I have never seen such a girthy snake block. It's just, you don't get this kind of girth from snake blocks usually. Usually they're very thin, you know, they're thin, wiry. They're not really all that impressive, I guess. This is one hell of a snake block. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed. Yeah, it's an impressive specimen. Anyway, what else is going on? How you doing? Ready for the holidays? We will talk about all that stuff. Hey, apparently that new Sisu movie is really good. People say Sisu 2 rules. I didn't make a card for it, so, you know, I'm not spoiling anything. Oh, funny, you can only throw in one. You can't jump in yourself. You're excited for Metroid Prime? Yeah, that's the next big thing that's happening as far as games go, huh? Like, I think other than that, if there's anything else in the month of December, I don't know it. That was a very cool beanstalk. Impressive girth. Quite large. Are beanstalks known for their girth? Let me go ahead and hit complete as I do, and then we'll get the next level up. Let's go ahead. I believe the next is Rock Party, who is most likely present. Go ahead and say Rock Party. Go ahead and confirm you are here. You know the drill. I'm going to put it in chat so you can see, and then you'll say yo or you'll throw Pikmin at me. Either or is fine and good. Meanwhile, we'll do another card. Cards give people some time to confirm, and also give me something to talk about as I am entering codes. I don't know why in this particular stream I am explaining why the card system has developed in this way on this channel, but it is quite nice and I like it. Here we go! Did y'all see those Link and Zelda live action images? This was like the hottest news from like a week ago, last weekend. Y'all see this? Basically, they revealed what Link and Zelda look like in the movie. I don't know. Does that tickle y'all's pickles? Is that a phrase that one should just throw around? Does this do it for you? I don't know. When I saw these images, all I could picture is like the... Right, I need to plug this into my couch. I got a Nintendo charge cable right here plugged into my couch thing. The film makes you want? I mean, yeah, the fact that it's Zelda and that it's gonna be cool. The fact that it's Zelda and the Mario movie was pretty good, you could probably just say that, but I don't know. This image just makes me think of like Attack of the Clones. It makes me think of the romance scenes in Attack of the Clones, where like you know, Padme and Anakin are like rolling around in the grass, you know, and they both just look a little bit... Link here looks a little bit vacant, and Zelda, I guess she's looking wise, I don't know. It doesn't really say much about what the movie is going to be, I think. It doesn't really, like, convey a lot about character other than, like, yeah, this guy who plays Link, he has, big lips, I guess, I don't know, and a funny chin. I guess, I don't know. Is he going to be your teenage heartthrob for the next generation? Is this, like, going for, like, a Twilight type thing? You know... I understand that he's 17, by the way. He'll be, like, 18 by the time the movie comes out. And also, apparently I was seeing some people say some things to that effect of, like, oh, it's weird that he's, like, underage and all that. But, like, yeah, well, apparently the stars of Twilight were too, some of them. Like, the Wolf Boy, he was underage. He was, like, 16 when that first movie came out, so, like... Yeah, who am I to say, like, what teenagers get hot and bothered for? That's none of my business. If that links your thing, people who are teenagers now, like, okay. Doesn't do much for me, obviously, as a dude, you know? But, sure, why not? That's fine. Enjoy it, I guess. Hopefully he's cool, like, in an action capacity, I guess. Like, hopefully he swings a sword good. Hopefully he's a good, like, stuntman, and such. Rock Party. Why you haven't confirmed yet? Rock Party. Is Rock Party confirmed yet? Rock Party, you gotta confirm, man. Let me just scroll up a little bit. It has been indeed a minute. It was before the stream that Rock Party. Oh, there we go. You just said here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's continue with the hisses and honey. For context, Rock Party has been submitting Grand Pooh Bear's code for the last year or so. It took us like 9 months to beat Rowdy Pipers, and now we're working on hisses and honey. For the last couple weeks, I gotta sneeze. I feel like I gotta sneeze, and then I'm not gonna sneeze. Now that I've said I have to sneeze. Fucking the human body, it's a mystery. Feel like a sneeze is coming, and then as soon as I acknowledge it, it stops coming. Edging with sneezing, that's not a thing. Let's play the level! Okay, this is as far as we've gotten. Shit. This is as far as we've gotten. So, doing that in the first minute feels pretty good. Feels like progress, feels like things being figured out, and also it feels like probably behind that door is maybe a checkpoint. A checkpoint would be lovely. Like, how many weeks until we get a checkpoint? How many weeks until it becomes commonplace, standard, until we just get used to seeing what lies beyond a checkpoint? I wonder, this is a small thought, obviously we already had before our, like, Mario Maker 3 speculation stream, where we speculated a bunch about what will come in Mario Maker 3. A simple idea that might be pretty okay for, like, purposes. Those are some really cool emotes. Lord Barnstormer. Almost said Lord Bowser. Very nice. Howdy, howdy. Something that could be nice for Mario Maker 3 would be, like, to be able to resume at a checkpoint once you get it the first time, you know? And that would be really nice for, like, harder levels like this one. I wonder if that would be something they'd consider. That might be a bad way. Hey, Jose, how you doing? That would be a pretty nice feature, honestly. And would be really nice for people like me who are just like, you know, have to bounce after so long, you know? Or, like, say you're playing a hard level, are you gonna keep your Nintendo Switch on the whole night? Like, that's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Now that I think about it, it's not a bad idea. And with the hard levels that this game tends to draw, like, it would be pretty handy. If Nintendo was thinking about, like, the levels that people make, and the difficulty levels of them, that would be a really handy improvement. Really handy quality of life feature. I think a lot of people go like, oh, sure. Thank you for, damn it. Thank you for the level, Jose. Is that working? Let me see that the bot works. If it doesn't, I'll pick it up myself. The bot seems to be acting a little bit slow. Let me look at that real fast. And if it can't see you, it can't see you. The bot has been a little bit screwy about some Latin American names. Yeah, it seems like it can't see you even without any sort of, like, you know, characters. Here, I'll add it for you. I got you. There we go. Yeah, very, very strange. I can't see you. You were having that problem. I thought it was because maybe the marks over the A's and stuff. You know, the accent marks. Is that what you call them? The accent marks. But no, it's just screwy. I don't know if that's like a YouTube problem or a problem with Stream Elements chatbot, but very annoying. And like, could I? Here's an idea. Wait, no, it would require another bot. It would require another bot. Maybe though, would it be possible to get night elements to look for your specific name, and then once your specific name messes in chat, like with an add, remove, etc. command, repost that command under its own name, and then we'll just know that, like, oh, stream elements is Jose. I should try that, because if it's not, like, related to the special characters in your name, then you should be the only one affected. I haven't seen any, like, Japanese character submitters on the YouTube for a minute, so I don't know if they're affected anymore. If you are affected, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Japanese characters or, you know, other foreign, I don't want to say non-standard, other you know what I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if other alphabets are affected just as much. Technical issues, they're a whole thing. Remind me, Sunday? Check and see if... Actually, no. Do it next Sunday. I'm not doing a viewer level stream for a couple weeks. Remind me in 2 weeks to investigate whether Stream Elements can handle Jose's level submissions. Okay, cool. Don't understand what's going on there, but go figure. I did go to their Discord and put a ticket in for what it's worth, but I don't think they saw it. I don't know that they responded to it, and clearly it's not fixed, so what the fuck, right? What can I do? I can raise more of a stink. Is that going to fix it? Could do. Anyway, I got more cards with more news on it. We got 5 minutes left of this level. We should, pull another card and see what's on it. Here we go. Y'all watch the Vampire Crawlers reveal? Apparently, there was an Xbox, partner showcase the other day where they revealed a bunch of crap, bunch of stuff, and the one thing that I took note of, the one thing that I saw filter out from that, was that Vampire Survivors is getting a little bit of a sequel. That's right, it's sort of a Vampire Survivor, like, Slay the Spire type game, where you play cards from hand. It's a roguelite, and you, you know, fight enemies and stuff. Looks pretty cool. I'll say, like, I think that really makes it stand out from, like, other games in the genre as far as I'm concerned, is it seems like it does have an emphasis on speed. Like, it is saying things like, oh yeah, you can, like, carefully strategize or whatever, or you can build your deck so you just, like, slap, 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 bam, you're dead, good, move on. You know, build a really overpowered deck where you're just, like, emptying your hand as fast as humanly possible, which does feel like more in the Vampire Survivors, mold there. That looks really cool. I feel like that is, the most interested I've been in a game in a minute, and when I saw it, I just totally thought, like, wait, is this out now? I thought totally, like, my December plans were gonna be upset by just, like, you know, another game I suddenly have to play. I say have to play, would like to play. For, maybe even for Game of the Year type purposes. know, as you do when December rolls around. But no, it's next year, so that's cool and chill. Come out in like March or something, I say, and be in the doldrums of a good time. I wonder, I'm sort of picturing this as somewhere between like a Slay the Spire and like a Balatro, or like maybe even like an automatic version of that, like a no thoughts head empty version of those two games. And I feel like that'd be really great for phones. I don't know that like Vampire Survivors has had anything on phones before. Is Vampire, you know what, Vampire Survivors probably on phones. It's you just have to move around. People, there are games with like virtual touch sticks on phones, have been for ages. I could probably get it on my well, I'm sure Vampire Survivors, the Switch version, would run on my AYN Thor if I cared to, you know, back up that version from my Switch 2 and get it onto my AYN Thor, which I could do. That is an option. Or I could buy another version of it on Android. I wonder which one I would prefer. Well, one of them I could have cloud, or I could get the Steam version and then use the various Windows emulation solutions. And Vampire Survivors is pretty simple. It probably works. Megabonk mostly works, and that's a more complicated game, so... Performance, though, you gotta wonder about performance, because when Vampire Survivors gets hectic, there's like dozens of dudes. And you maybe want a native version and not to be emulating anything. Though Switch is like pretty close to like, you know, it kind of runs on the same stuff as phones do, so it should be fine. We're starting to make progress. We're starting to figure out what's what. I think we didn't make it so far into that hallway before. We didn't, like, get over the fire flower. So it's almost progress. I would say that this has been almost progress right here, right now. Which is, good! I was gonna say it's almost good, but no, I think it is... I think it is just, literally good. Plain and simple. I would describe this as good. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ah! So hard losing speed up to that point. Like, we need to do the, last bit faster. 5 tries! Let's do it! And by the way, whenever tries are in play, the subscriber benefit, the Twitch sub benefit of instant refresh is also in play. Y'all can redeem that if you want to get, like, you know, 7 more tries at any time lives are in the equation. Especially relevant when the lightning round comes, which, I don't know that we have that busy of a stream planned for tonight, but let's say 7:40. Let's say 7:40. We'll do the lightning round. Ooh, we got a refresh coming in. Let's see if we need it. If not, we'll push it. Okay, yeah, no. We do need it. I just realized I... Okay, start it over. Get those heads, I'll get these out of here. Can I do this? Oh, geez. No, they stay put. If they're not dismissed. Really? They stay put? There we go. Well, fuck. Fucked up a little bit there, but whatever. That was most of a refresh. I think that's, good. You cleaned out your Xbox and it runs much better? I wonder. I've never cleaned my Xbox Series X. Nor the 360 I bought a year ago to play like 3 non-backwards compatible games. I wonder if it would benefit from a cleaning. I really haven't seen that much in the way of performance issues. Pretty much everything seems to run exactly as well as it should do. At least I think. Maybe some stuff doesn't. Who would fucking know? I really wouldn't know. They should, like, pop up a thing that says, like, hey, you're cooling. Something wrong. Oh, it sounded bad? Like a jet? Oh, well. If it was really noticeable, then yeah, no. My various Switches never needed any sort of, like, intensive cleaning. Like, the first one I got, the OLED that I replaced that first one with, never ever cleaned it. Maybe that's normal. Here we go. Flying. I'm feeling good about this one, y'all. Is there time to get to avoid the fire flower? Or do we just gotta boogie? I feel like if there's not time now, we need to make time. But, who knows? MS3 with the emote, of the dinosaur going back and forth. Yes, dinosaur going back and forth. I suppose it's like a boogie time type situation. Like, oh, we're boogieing. We're boogieing here. Is that the implication? Thank you, Rock Party. We couldn't finish it. What else is new? Let me, gotta put my cursor back into the YouTube chat. Let me hit dismiss. And, pull up the next one second. Okay, submit now. MNS Tree, you are up. And MNS Tree just did the whole, like, dancing dinosaur situation. Battlefield turned off and told you your Xbox was getting warm, the final push to clean it? Huh. Yeah, I've never had a game do anything like that. Well, the Red Ring of Death back in the day actually was kind of similar to that, you know, you just turn it on, except it was more like when you turned it on in the first place. Or did it red ring in the middle of games? Jeez, I just don't remember when exactly the Red Ring of Death hit you. Like, if it was a blue screen situation where it happened, like, mid-game, or if just, like, you hit the button. Could be both. Yeah, it's been oh so long. We all forget about the Red Ring of Death, but it was a hell of a time. Let's go. M&S tree is here, so we're good, but still gonna pull another card as we do. Did y'all hear that Call of Duty is going poorly? Apparently the sales for this year's Call of Duty are very bad this year. Very much below estimates, to the point where, if I am not mistaken, Battlefield has passed Call of Duty this year. Now, I'm sure Microsoft is looking at these numbers and going like, well, these cannot be true. It's gotta be Game Pass, even though we fucking put the price up to $30. Still, people are doing it. Still, people are abusing it. And I know, for example, Rock Party did do that. Like, I do know, like, people in chat have attested to that. But yeah, no, they're going to put it to $40 next year. Like, fucking mark my goddamn words. This is, they're gonna be very upset by this, because Call of Duty is supposed to be their bellwether, is supposed to be their reliable money. Mind you, I feel like if someone gives you $360 over the course of the year, that is better than them giving you $80 up front. But I am not a businessman, so what the fuck do I know? Maybe it's fine to trade a upfront box copy that goes on a chart somewhere for, like, Game Pass metrics being better than ever. But, you know, obviously, they just burned Game Pass, so that doesn't explain it. And then the metrics are worse than ever for Game Pass, probably. So, yeah. A big part of it is obviously, I have heard, and it is worth saying, that the new Call of Duty sounds like dog shit. It sounds like a really bad one. It sounds like they did a, like, boring, bad co-op campaign for the single-player campaign that has, like, no good design, no good, like, stuff in it. It's not cinematic, it's not cool, it's dog shit. And I haven't heard anything about the multiplayer. Is the multiplayer good? Force co-op? It's not even set up for solo? Yeah, it's like force co-op. Do you get bots or do you get, like, matched into people? I think you get bots, but, like, that is dumb. It sounds like kind of a worse version of that Halo game, which people, I don't think, liked either. When Halo did that, like, for Halo 5? People didn't like that for Halo 5, so it is a great decision to do it again for Call of Duty. I guess Gears of War has always been something like that, right? Like, you've always had squad mates who are equally strong as you. Yeah, it's a different franchise, so it's probably fine, you know? It's probably, like, set up for that, but I guess there are, like, series where it does work, where it's fine, quote-unquote. In, like, Gears of War campaigns can co-op guys, like, get you up. You know, I don't mean, like, I mean, like, you're, if you're down, you know, like, if you're on the ground, for pick me up, that sort of situation. Nothing sexual. Anyway, I'm sure some people can be, can get it up for... Dom is a very sexy man, I'm sure, right? Yes? I'm sure people are, fans of Dom. Or other members of his crew. He has, like, ladies and stuff on there as well. Oh, hey. I'm sure they're, popular. Right? Probably? Who could say? I gotta start the timer. There we go. The timer has started now. Yay. Yeah, I'm sure, I think a big part of it is that the new Call of Duty, like, kind of sounds like it sucks shit. And, like, if I was a Call of Duty person, this would be the kind of year that I would skip. Like, I'll say, I've only played, recently, the 2 Call of Duties that they put on Game Pass, right? I played the one that, from the year before last, which seemed like a dog shit one. The campaign was really boring, and, I had, like, basically no fun with it. And I played the one from last year, which seemed pretty decent. Seems like they're on a cadence of, like, dog shit, something good. Dog shit, something good. Dog shit, something good. Maybe dog shit, something good. I actually don't know. I've not played enough of them to know, like, how often dog shit is the thing. This is cool. Gotta, like, boomerang left, boomerang right, boomerang this way, boomerang that way. It's a good gimmick. And it works well. This is apparently a boss. I'm going to just boomerang left and boomerang right and see if that works for us. It does. Very good. Anyway, I don't know. I've never been a Call of Duty person. It seems like the heyday is, of that series is, like, long behind us. And, like, hopefully... I say hopefully. Oh, that was really cool. That was pretty cool. I hope that, like, I wouldn't mind if Call of Duty went the way of Tony Hawk, you know what I mean? I don't know if this is mean, I don't know if this is cruel, but, like, y'all can just, like, stop being the biggest game ever, you know? I bet next year, when Call of Duty... You know, next year, when Call of Duty is launching against GTA 6, I bet that year will be the year for GTA. I bet GTA... sorry, did I say that year will be the year for GTA? I meant next year will be the year for Call of Duty. This year, not the year. Next year, launching against, GTA 6? Ooh, that's gonna be a good year for Call of Duty. I just know it. Like, there's gonna be no other games in November, except for one, and maybe Pokemon. Two. I think comes down to those three. Real talk. GTA is going to be the top, obviously. Then Pokemon. Then Call of Duty. If Call of Duty chooses to launch in the month of November. If it chooses to launch earlier, I would say that would be smart. When did Battlefield launch? Apparently, I'm hearing now that Battlefield is like the biggest game of the year. Is that true? I mean, what else would it be? Clair Obscur? Like, no, that's like the most critically beloved game. Bonanza, you have to buy a Switch 2, and same with Mario Kart, limited by that. Death Stranding 2? What else? I have seen, like, the Game Awards. Thank you for the Twitch follow, MNS3, by the way. Thank you. I have seen the Game Award nominations. I'll say, for what it's worth, I very much personally prioritize and value more of the like, personal Game of the Year list versus, like, one that is based on a global poll of reviewers all over the world. That's just numbers. That's just math. And obviously, like, if you have a game like Deltarune that's only available in English and Japanese, it's not going to do as well. That's, I think, of the Game Awards nominations, that Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 wasn't nominated for Best RPG and Outer Worlds 2 was. That's just fucked up. Someone fucked up. I think a part of it might also be that, like, maybe reviewers are, like, not playing Deltarune in, like, its episodic installments. Maybe they're waiting for the whole thing to be available. But in any case, like, yeah, man, when episode 7 comes out, y'all better, like, nominate that shit for Game of the Year. Like, just literally, Deltarune complete package is, like, a Game of the Year contender. You know that, right? Everyone knows this? Anyway, I don't know what the top games other than that were this year. What are the top games this year, numbers-wise? I feel like I've seen no one talking about Battlefield 6, but shit. I guess EA was saying that they wanted it to do, like, more numbers than the series has ever done before, and I guess they did it. NBA 2K 26 and Monster Hunter? I would not have guessed that. I mean, sports games, that makes sense. I haven't heard anyone talking about Monster Hunter, except in to say that it kind of seems like it came and went. Borderlands? Borderlands number 4? What are you talking about? Borderlands is number 4. What? Man, this year was an off year. This year was an off year. I think that's all that there is to it. Like, GTA didn't hit, and, like, probably a bunch of other big games, like, skipped. Also, you know, obviously all the Switch 2 games are only on Switch 2, so Mario Kart and Donkey Kong are right out for the competition sales-wise. That's... What's number 5? If Borderlands is number 4, tell me it's something like Clair Obscur, something good. Maybe Doom. Doom. I feel like Doom would be a pretty good one for number 5. Number 5, college football. Oh yeah, more sports. Okay, that's fine. I understand why that's there. I'm hitting dismiss. Keep listing them. Keep listing them. I'm curious. Like, is Clair Obscur on that list? Is the Oblivion remaster? Oblivion remaster over Clair Obscur. Interesting. Of the RPGs that came out around there, I would have put Clair Obscur higher, and would have recommended it harder as well. It was a perfectly fine remaster, I guess. Hey, Freddy, I see you're here. Continue listing. I'll continue reacting. CE33 is not a top 20? Dang. Too bad. I mean, I played it on Game Pass, so I guess I'm part of the problem. I'm going to buy it once it comes out on Switch 2. I hope that that's one of the announcements they're gonna do for like the Keeleys. I hope they say at the Keeleys, like, by the way, Switch 2, it's coming. COD at number 7. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't finish it, no, so I'm gonna buy it on Switch 2, and then I'm gonna finish it. That's my plan for Clair Obscur. 8 is Madden. Okay, yeah, makes sense. It's coming to Switch 2? No one knows. No, not officially. Unofficially? It's gotta, right? 9 is MLB. Yeah, that's another one of those. Yeah, I get it. Okay. And 10 is Yote. What the hell? That's that high? That's above, like, Death Stranding 2, and I guess Death Stranding 2 is not really that, you know, it's kind of an indie game, all things considered. Number 11 is Night Rain. That's the DLC for, that wasn't DLC for Elden Ring. That was like a separate Elden Ring product. I forgot that came out. It seemed like people were pretty not into that one. Let's play this level. Yeah, go up to 20. Go up to 20. Can't react forever. EA Sports at number 12. Okay. Okay. Again. I guess just sports games are the, you can't go wrong with them. Except for Skate 4. I assume Skate 4 is not on there. WWE. Okay, that one makes sense. I assume Skate isn't on there. I don't know that Skate would count even because it was like a free game. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance is on there at number 14 over... Wow. That's the highest rated RPG? The highest selling RPG? Dang. I thought, like, the word of mouth for, like, Clair Obscur would put it over. Forza Horizon 5? I didn't even know there was a Forza Horizon 5. But also, I don't care about Forza games. So it's, shouldn't be a surprise I don't know about it. When did that come out? Number 6, Minecraft. That's the first last year game. Next, you're gonna tell me that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is on there. 17 Split Fiction? Wow, okay. That's selling copies. I feel like the co-op part of that would be like a real limit on like how many it can sell, but I guess not. EA Sports Football Bundle 2025. That, is that just a bundle of 2 of the other games that are higher on the list? That seems a little bit silly that that's on there. Look at that, I got the timing down. NBA 2K, and then Helldivers 2 at number 20. Helldivers 2 came out... Was Helldivers 2 a this year game? I guess that's including, like, the sales, the new sales on the 360, right? Or 360. The Xbox Series X. That's the top 20 of the year? Wow. That is a very different games industry than the one I know and interact with and believe in. I guess we all create the games industry we think is real in our heads. I feel like the biggest games of the year are like, well, Mario Kart's up there. Bonanza, obviously. It's not that different from the list that Keeley came up with, except it has Deltarune on it, and also Blueprints. Blueprints is definitely on my list of like hot games this year. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah. I got more cards. Jesus. I got more cards. Why don't I pop one? I started Demonschool. Speaking of hot new games, which to me seem like the hot new thing, seem like the most important game in the year right now. To me, the game of November, well, it's Windswept. To me, Windswept is the game of November. But Demonschool is also up there insofar as games of the here and now. Demonschool seems pretty damn cool. I've done like a week of it. I've gotten to the point where you can save the game manual style. Yeah, Freddy is obsessed with 1-1s. You've given us nothing but 1-1s, Freddy, for the last couple of weeks. It's cool. I like the theme. When are we gonna see some 1-2s though? Almost said 2-1s. That would be a different. That's something else entirely. Also, if I got that mushroom, it'd be very hard to return from whence I came. Demonschool is a hot new game, came out earlier this week. It is basically a tactical, turn-based RPG, sort of, I would describe it as somewhere between, it's like a combination of the school life stuff of like, probably the earliest Personas. Kind of feels like, not quite like Persona 3, 4, 5, but it has like the isometric perspective of like what I've seen of Persona 1 and 2. And also there's like a light time management thing, except insofar as like you don't actually have to decide on things absolutely. Like you could just do everything on a day, so long as you don't like, you know, advance the main quest. If I get this, can I return? No, I cannot. It's really bad to get that. It's death to me, basically. Nice, nice, nice. Get this timing down and we'll be sitting pretty pretty. Like most of the way through this 1-1 here, I think at this point. Like the lion's share of 1-1 has been conquered. Like I would say that this is the back half. The second part is gonna be hard. Look how many flames in a row that is. Also gotta get up the speed right first try, or else it's borked and the timing is hard. Demonschool seems really cool. It has like a school time management thing, except it's not really all that, you know, involved. Like you can just sort of do everything if you want, depending on how much time you want to spend. And also, like, between every plot point, you fight, like, a set of demons or whatever in a tactical, turn-based thing that sort of reminds me of, like, Into the Breach. I feel like Into the Breach would be my comparison for, like, what the combat is like. You get, like, 4 characters tops, and you got, like, action points to move them around. Moving around the same character multiple times costs, like, more action points, and they can all only move in straight lines, except they can sidestep if there's not an enemy that they can attack to their left or right, so that gives you like a little bit more maneuvering positioning options. And it's sort of a tactical puzzle type situation, which is compelling. I think it's really good. I think it's a fun combat puzzle is what I would describe Demonschool as, and then the writing is also really good. It's, to me, like, I mentioned Persona as, like, a good touchstone as far as, like, you know, you're going to school, you're fighting demons, you get it, right? But I would also compare it to, like, hey, there we go, there we go! I would also compare it to, like, jeez. I would also compare it to, like Night in the Woods. It's a good story game. It has really good writing that, you know, is funny and quirky. The characters are weird in fun ways. They are college students, if that's... apparently, you know, I think it starts off, the first line of the game is basically like, man, college, huh? Just to let you know, like, straight up, like, yo, hey, this does look like high school, but these are all adults, don't, fret. Not that it's, like, sexual at all, but, I don't know. Feels like something they wanted to just say right away, just to be like, hey, let me just say, these are adults. They're, like, 18 and up. All of them. I don't know why they need to do that. It's not like, perverted in any way, shape, or form. You know, not even as much as like a Persona game. It's pretty it's more Night in the Woods as far as like the horny level goes. Like, if these characters on a scale of like be horny to do crimes, they are much more towards do crimes than be horny, I'll say. So, you know, that's cool. They're really well written. There's some funny, dumbass dialogue, which is great. They write a school paper every week, apparently, which just has some really funny articles in it. Like, one of your party members is like a doofus who likes to rent VHSs, you know? And, like, watch bad movies and review them, and you see these reviews in the paper that you write. The other one just wrote, like, an article about snakes, like, not all snakes are green on the inside, is the shit that he's writing, and that's kind of fun and charming, because he's sort of an idiot. Your main character is like a combat, she's like a, lady who just wants to fight people and fight demons. She's like obsessively into the demon slaying scene, basically. It's a good setup, good characters. So far, I recommend it. I don't know how long it is, and I also don't... Well, actually, yes I do. It tells you right up front, like, there's 10 weeks left in the game. The game lasts exactly 10 in-game weeks, which if there's, like, a couple of battles every day, means there's, like, hundreds of battles that you can do, and you're, like, ranked on them and crap based on, like, how well you do, but I don't really care. I just want to beat them, and I don't care, like, what my score is at the end of everything. I think that is fine. I think that's a good thing to not care about. Timing here is difficult, as you can tell. This level is a real challenge. Fortunately, it's not like a tight timer or anything. We can really take our time and do good. Anyway, if you were looking at Demonschool, I would say I'm into it. I don't know where I'm gonna find the time to, like, really finish it in the next month. You know, I do have a pretty packed schedule, pretty packed, like, things I want to do, and obviously, like, the content creation also takes a lot of time out of my, my day and crap, my week, etc. But, I'm gonna plug away on it, and, we'll see where that goes. 5 tries left. Did I already fuck up the first one? Yes, I did. Should have just let that reset. I think we got a pretty good rhythm with this one, and we got pretty far. But, no. Bah! You can always feel free to resubmit that if you want. Freddy, you know the drill. I think your general operating procedure has been to give us a new one. Why did I try to jump that straight up? Like the canyon in, Simpsons. Fuckity fuck. The timing here is all screwed up. I don't get it the first time. I gotta... It's all screwed up. I gotta... Beautiful. Thank you, Freddy. I appreciate the levels. I appreciate the levels overall and over time, and I appreciate this one in particular. Let's go ahead and get that dismissed and go ahead and check out the next one. Well, bam. Next up is Nabbit Plays. Nabbit Plays on the YouTube side. Go ahead and say I gotta hit the next button so that Nabbit Plays can be informed, can be alerted, and all that. Excellent. Lovely. Let me know, Nabbit Plays, if you are here. Interesting. The bot seems to be adding an extra "et" to everyone on YouTube. Did YouTube add an "et" before everyone's name? Oh, wow. That's interesting. YouTube added an "et" before everyone's name now. Oh, that's very fun. I say it's very fun. What I mean, it's kind of annoying. I suppose the bot has to be, like, rewritten a little bit. Also, wait. Why is the bot called the Master DS/bot rather than barely hacked together viewer level? It seems like the ability of people to have emotes and stuff in their names on the YouTube chat has gone away. Now everyone has like a standard no spaces type name. Weird. I've not noticed this before. They changed a bunch all of a sudden on the YouTube side. Well, I wonder how foreign language names work now. Are they all in English? Are they all in, like, ASCII and all that? Standardized? YouTube, okay, you're changing stuff and not telling anyone. That's cool. I'm sure it's fine. Nabbit, please go ahead and confirm. More things to look at on the chatbot side to like accommodate that. I need to remove the "et" from the currently playing from the bot, I guess. Wait, no, can I do that? No? I don't think I can do that. I can strip the ad out. I can strip the ad out when it's being submitted. I can parse the name and take the ad off the top. Just have to do a substring. Not that difficult, actually. I could do that. It might be a good idea, in fact. I'm not sure how that works for adding people. You don't have to do at someone to at them now, because at is part of their name. That'd be absurd. That'd be ridiculous. Card. I also finished Windswept. Talked about Windswept a good bit last Mario Maker stream, as well as, you know, on the stream where I tried it for the first time. That is this game right here. It is sort of a combination of... I would describe Windswept as being halfway between Donkey Kong Country 2, which has... and like Celeste. It's sort of a Donkey Kong Country 2 type game, insofar as, like, yeah, you have, like, a Dixie Kong hover, you have, like, you can jump out of a roll, you have barrel cannons, you have a lot of stuff that really, like, just wears influences on its sleeves, as far as, like, you know, there's brambles, there's, like, waterfall levels that look very DKC, there's, like, literally, you know, the rigging levels of DKC 2. It's got rigging as a basic, like, aesthetic it can pull out of its hat. It's very DKC, but also it has, like, the precision and sometimes the demanding difficulty of a Celeste-type game. And I'll say, like, you know, the last two, maybe 3 worlds, you know, of, like, the 5 main ones before the final boss, very, very demanding. Very much, like, more difficulty-wise towards late game Celeste than, like, you know, anything DKC, right? Like, very unforgiving, difficult, and some levels that even had me, like, tilted and going like, oh, I hate this. I am so miserable right now, you know, especially if they were slow, if they were auto-scrolling, or, like, you had to wait for something slow to move. That, every time I had to wait in a level, or was dealing with, like, slowed down movement, stuff like that, I was just kind of fuming a little bit. The water levels could be a little bit slow sometimes, for example. But overall, I'd say that I did really enjoy my time with Windswept. It is a really good DKC type game. A really good indie DKC, and I do think, like, if you are a speedrunner, I think if you are, like, the kind of player that doesn't mind the end DLC endgame of Celeste that they added in as DLC, which I find personally, that DLC that they add like way after the fact, I find that part to be unplayable and kind of don't like that they skewed so far away from casual players. Parts of Windswept really go way too far away from casual players. I'll say, I went into the bonus world too. I went into 2 post-game worlds and got to like a 3rd place where it was like, hey, yo, get some more bonus tokens, which makes me go like, oh my god, how long is this game? How far does this go? That I've basically gone like 2 extra worlds. I've gone like 7 worlds worth, and still there's more levels beyond where I'm at. So I'll say, like, if your concern is content, it's just like, oh, I'm worried this will be short. Like, nope, it's long. There's like 7 worlds, maybe 8, really, all told. You'll have to like go back and, you know, get all the various collectibles to unlock all that crap, but you can do that, and then, you know, you get some really hard levels as a result. One of the levels that I saw in, like, the preview materials was, like, one of the last levels in the game that I managed to play so far. I'll say, I've been able to beat every level that's come my way, including that really hard Brambles level that they shared on social media, and that I used for the thumbnail of the live stream before I played it. That's, like, the second last level that's in the bonus world 2 of 3. I think there's 3 bonus worlds. I don't know, though. Let's play Nabbit's level. Nabbit has not confirmed. Yeah. So again, like, difficulty-wise, it can be pretty frustrating. If you saw the first secret level and went, ooh, this looks a little bit, rough. I'll say, like, it is true that, like, the first world or 2 mostly is fine. But, like, yeah, like, World 3, World 4, they get into some frustrating stuff. And also, I'll say that, the boss fights, kind of difficult to figure out because, you know, there's some weird mechanics to them in a way that, like, I just honestly didn't care for. Like, I saw 06i say he liked the final boss. I'll say, for my part, I was kind of, like, frustrated to no end by the final boss, just by how, like, out of the blue it was. And, you know, I had to look up some details and find out, like, oh, you can do this, you can do that. And after I knew that, I could beat it, but, I really struggled with it for a bit. Wasn't that hard? I don't know, man. I didn't know you could attack up, I'll say that, and that made the second phase of that harder than it needed to be. Is this a instruction to do a shell jump, I wonder? Yes. Beautiful. There we go. I think it is a lovely game. It has all sorts of movement tech that out the wazoo. And, like, if you like an indie platformer and you don't mind a little bit of difficulty, Windswept is a hell of an easy recommendation. I do wish the difficulty level was a little more accommodating. You know, I do feel like this is a game where the creators got so lost in the... You know, I saw someone else, I was saying this on Discord, someone else say, like, yeah, they got lost in the sauce. I think the developers of this got lost in the sauce, insofar as, like, they got too used to all the mechanics and how to use them and stuff, and they built levels based around, like, absolute mastery of everything that can be a little stiff insofar as, like, you have one way to jump, one way to do this, one way to do that, and difficult insofar as, like, there's a lot of really long segments that just, And I'd say, like, you know, I understand the secret levels where they are built around the combo moves, where, like, oh, you can get on top of your guy and get a double jump if you have both your duck and your turtle. You can do, like, a double jump and, like, combo double jumps into shell spins, into air dashes, into this, into that, and it's like, okay, well, if you lost your duck, you wouldn't be able to do the double jump, but you could just make it like a transformation, you know, like, oh, you just take a hit, and that doesn't actually lose you one of your guys, but you still took a hit, you know, you're still, They could have worked around it, I think, but It's fine. It's good. It's really fun. I really quite enjoyed it. Coco, you are up. Coco. And again, I would recommend Windswept. I think that it is kind of being overlooked, which I think is a damn shame. I also think that it might be a bit too difficult for the common person. So, like, speedrunners and, like, people who are really into platformers, it's a real good one. With some real good mechanics, real good collectible type business, DKC2 type minigames, you know, bonus games and all that. There are some rough edges. The difficulty, it spikes a little too high, and I'm really frustrated, kind of, by how, like, the hidden exits are. The hidden exits, you cannot get hints for them, unfortunately. You can't get hints. You can get hints for, like, all the collectibles, which are mostly pretty easy to find on their own. But, like, the hidden exits aren't like that, which is a shame because they're the one that is often, like, hidden in a bullshit way. And also, you know, this game is not the most popular game in the world. Windswept is not the most popular game in the world. You can't fucking find, like, a player's guide of it. You know, you can't fucking find an answer. There was one where I was very lucky that 06i told me... 06i figured it out in my Discord, and I was able to ask him and say, like, oh, you have to tell me, how did you do this? I spent, like, an hour looking for the bonus exit and couldn't find it. Yeah. Windswept, would recommend. Again, DKC meets Celeste. It's pretty damn good. Gets me tilted a little bit, but, you know, it's cool and good. I wonder if I have any, like... Yeah, look at this. This is me finishing this bonus level really nice and cleanly. Look at that. Obviously, I had to try that a bunch of times. It has bonus levels like that. It has, what's this? Why did I take this capture? This one might have been a mistake. I don't see what's so cool about this, image that, this video that I did. Oh, right, I heard a thing. I heard a sound effect. And I was wondering if that was the secret exit. It was just the comet thing. What's this one? This is probably a bullshit thing, if I had to guess. Yeah, this sequence is kind of weird. Where, like, if you go any bit fast, you don't go as fast as, like, humanly possible. Oh, no, this one was just weird insofar as, like, you get shot out of this cannon, and then you just land in the lava. What the fuck was that? Just, not correctly timed there. It's a great game, overall, and, like, it's a meaty boy, and I'd recommend it, but, just know, it's difficult. Can confirm, very difficult. Okay. Coco has not confirmed yet. Let's, go ahead and enter the code. We're coming up on 7:40, so I think Coco will be the last, outside the lightning round. So let's do one more card here before lightning round. And this is another game I've been playing. I've been playing Fortnite for the first time. Y'all see that Back to the Future is coming? Shit, I gotta get Marty. That is correct. I've been playing some Fortnite. Played it for the first time last week, a little bit over a week ago. And I've been playing a bunch of it off my Nintendo Switch. Mostly alone. I say mostly alone, entirely alone. Haven't squatted up or anything. And also I've been mostly playing that Blitz mode, which is just really fast and, basically it's like a battle royale, but on a smaller island, and, like, you start with some guns. Not usually the ones that you want, so it kind of behooves you to check a couple of crates and get some, like, better rarity items. But, like, you know, it's fun and frantic, and on my Nintendo Switch, And I've gotten like a bunch of battle royale wins in that mode. And I think like one or maybe one of them in like the main mode as well. I haven't played as much of the main mode, but since it has the Simpsons stuff, I do like to do it. Still, you know, I still think it's worth doing. Let's do this level. Quick speed run, easy. Okay, we have 2 tries to do it on account of Coco not here at the present in chat. Let's see if we can. Looks pretty easy. Looks like we just jumped with good timing. We're gonna do it, folks. We're gonna do it. This is gonna be it. But I need to hold the button! You need to hold the button there so you bounce off the shell all nice and big. I will hold the button down when I am between jumps, and that will solve that issue. Here we go. This is it. This is when we're doing it. We got it this time. I'm holding the button down. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah! Okay, good. That fire bar made me worry for a second. I needed to go low, but no need is good. Thank you for level Coco. Feel free to get another one in there, should you be present. Let me hit complete and finish my thought vis-a-vis. You know what? It's not quite 7:40 yet. We'll do the next one as well, and I'll continue thinking about Fortnite and continue talking about Fortnite. Confirmed. Completed. Prexton, you are up. Go ahead and confirm Prexton. I'm gonna put the thing in chat so Prexton can see. Excellent. And we'll start the lightning round after this one. Yes. Okay, good. I'm having a great time with it. I'm really enjoying my Krusty the Clown skin. I've mostly been playing as Krusty the Clown. I'm thinking about getting... They just announced, like, the other day, they announced, like, a Itchy and Scratchy bundle. That sounds pretty good. You get, like, the Scratchy partner with that. The Scratchy, like, companion, basically. Little... Is it Itchy or is it Scratchy? Either way, you get the mouse to follow you around. And I think even if I'm not playing as the cat, I think that, you know, the mouse would make sense as a companion for Krusty the Clown. And I would like to play as the cat, you know. I think Itchy and Scratchy are pretty cool. Pretty good characters, you know. I heard that the next season was going to be The Bride, and I wasn't, like, that interested in that, you know. Of Tarantino's movies, honestly, Kill Bill is, like, literally my least favorite. I don't have, like, strong feelings about Kill Bill. I don't even know if I've seen part 2. But Marty McFly? Oh, man, I love Back to the Future. Give me a Marty McFly in a cowboy outfit, and I'm eating good. If there's, like, a Doc Brown, if there's, like, a Biff Tannen, like, who else would be there? Would you get, like, his ma? His, like, young ma, young, father? Would you get, like, girlfriend in there? She really didn't have that big of a role to play in the movies, if you think back to it. She was, like, knocked out mostly through, like, movie 2. And movie 3, she was left on the porch as that whole cowboy adventure happened. I would sooner put Miss Clayton, you know, Doc's girlfriend from 3 in before I put the girlfriend, I think. God, what's her name even? I forget. It's been a minute since I rewatched the Back to the Future movies, but I am really enjoying Fortnite. It is good, mindless fun. Like to play it while watching House MD and other such shows that don't, you know, are non-subtitled. I feel like if you're watching it with when doing a subtitled show, that is just asking for trouble. You're just asking to miss a line and then get distracted from one or the other. You gotta do it where you can hear what the people on the screen are saying, like with an English show. But having a great time with it. Would like doing more some like offline friendlies in like Discords or whatever with other people, but I don't know. I kind of like just doing it mindlessly solo and not having to worry about where people are or squad tactics or getting people up. Like, no, you see us person, you shoot them. You see a gun that you want, you get it. You want to go somewhere? Yeah, just go. I just run towards where I see people shooting, and I try to shoot the people. Preferably, like, after they finish fighting each other. Maybe, like, hold back a little bit, go like, okay, I'm just gonna let them have their space, and hope that they don't notice me, that I'm waiting behind to get in the second round. And I hope that the guy who's facing away from me wins the fight, so I can start shooting him and have an edge on the resulting fight. Let's go. I don't see Prexton. That's enough time. Parkour over the rainbow. Nice. I can see all the indicators. They're pretty clean and good. I say they're pretty clean. What exactly am I trying to say? Oh, I see. It's pretty straightforward, readable, intuitive. No problem at all. Let's do this. And do it in one, because we are so good at this. I played a lot of hours of this game. I should be pretty good at it, you know? Here we go. Try number 2. Let's make this happen. Prexton, you can confirm at any time. And, we'll still do the timer. It's not lightning round time yet quite. There we go. That's what we need to do. Yeah, that's exactly what we needed to do. Good shit, Prexton. Thank you for level. We were able to get through it on the 2 lives. Excellent, excellent. I was a little worried when we died and it wasn't quite clear what to do, but jump really good. Jump really good was the answer. I just had to jump. You just have to, sometimes you just gotta jump. Thank you for the level. Let's go ahead and go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next. And also, I do believe it is time for the lightning round, so let me explain how that works and get up Flying Waluigi's level, who is next. Let me hit complete. There we go. And then also hit bring up Flying Waluigi's level. Folks, do you know what time it is? Yes, you do, because I just said what time it was like 2 seconds ago before the timestamp will go in the VOD. For those coming in off the VOD timestamp, you should know what you clicked, but... Folks, it is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 under the following circumstances. 1, and they come in the form of these various fun, different heads. Look at them, there's so many of them. I haven't updated them in a minute, but the ones that are there are good enough. You can get them in 3 ways. 1 being the first person who is present when their level comes up during the lightning round. 2, clear rates under 1%. 3, super worlds. Those are the 3 conditions wherein we get the bonus heads. If Flying Waluigi is here, Flying Waluigi will get one. Otherwise, it'll be sudden death. Worth noting, during the lightning round, the same rules as before apply, as far as, like, if you are a Twitch sub, you can always do a redemption. And you know how I said earlier that the instant refresh is for refreshing lives when lives are in play. Lives are in play for the rest of the stream, so the instant refresh, very relevant right now. Also, you can skip the queue with the express pass. That gets you, like, that gets you 3 lives worth, but you don't have to wait in queue. Isn't that nice? You can have that or the instant refresh, which gets you 7 total. I think that Flying Waluigi isn't present at the moment, so what we're doing right now is we're going to punch in the code, normal style, and sort of go from there. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. To sort of continue what I was talking about before, the lightning round started. It's interesting being in the Fortnite space now, and now suddenly I care about skins. It's different, you know? I don't know, maybe I should think twice before jumping in, before, like, buying something, but I don't know, man. I see something I want, I kind of want it. If it's like something really good and usable, I do want to get up something of a collection of like really good choice skins that represent my media interests. And in this case, like, yeah, Simpsons is definitely a cornerstone there. Yeah. Back to the Future, also a cornerstone, yeah, as well. So I gotta get those. And like, if I see Bakugo in the shop, if I see like a Philip J. Fry, Leela, you know, maybe I'll pick those up as well. But, you know, it's so based on, like, what shows up in shop, what shows up in items. Like, maybe the whole, like, fear of missing out thing actually works better than I thought it would. You know, it's not a matter of, like, oh, do I think that I might like this right now? It's like, well, if I don't get it right now, I won't be able to get it for, like, months or weeks. So, you know, maybe pull the trigger and just get it. It's funny. I don't see Flying Waluigi. Let's go. Let's do this. Nice emote usage. Barnstormer. Hell yeah. Napsta Blook. Did that say fight or flight? Fight. Fight, fight, fight. Let's just jump and get our way to victory. We can stop the on-offs at any time here. I don't know. Do we just get like a random different fight based around like which one we activated? Oh boy. Well, this time we'll have a random different fight. And on account of Flying Waluigi not being present, this is our... We got the same one. Okay, beautiful. We know what to do. We will absolutely kick ass. I believe what it's saying is just survive. This is a survival situation. Also, I believe there's... Shit. A bunch of rooms. There's a bunch of rooms here. I wonder if you can, Shit! Use the icicles to defeat the guys. Well, if Flying Waluigi isn't here, this is all we can do for now. Flying Waluigi, I'll give you a second longer to confirm. Let me drink a little drink of water. 06I is up next. If you want to say something, 06I, now is a great time. Hey, Sugma. How you doing? 06I says hi. Excellent. Okay, I think we're ready to hit dismiss and move it along. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss, move it along, etc., etc. All good. Could be better, but hey, I'm on vacation. You know, Thanksgiving week and all. And you can't go wrong with that. You can't go wrong with that at all. No way, no how. Get the lives up and randomize the bonus head. On account of 06I is the first one in the lightning round to be present. Hell yeah. Let's do another card. I've also been playing Link to the Past. That game's pretty fucking hard. I'll say I've been playing Link to the Past on my AYN Thor, and I've been doing it such where I got the game on the top screen, and I've been pulling up a guide on the bottom screen. I have seen in some places where I hang out some pushback on this, on me just like automatically having the guide to walk through to walk me through just everything possible, you know, instantly without even like trying first. But man, I'll say, like, I have tried to do Link to the Past on multiple occasions, and on multiple occasions I've just gotten lost after the first dungeon. And using the guide situation, I found out that, like, oh, after the first dungeon, what I was meant to do was going to a random building and talk to an old man. And the old man, who previously gave me nothing, would give me boots. And with those boots, I would go get a book. And the game is full of kind of, like, bullshit nonsense like that, which requires you, I guess, in theory, to like read signs or talk to people and use that to figure out where you're supposed to go versus just like wandering around going like, where the hell am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go to the mountains? I thought I was supposed to go to the desert, but there's nothing there. Oh, I was supposed to go back to the dungeon area where I finished the first dungeon, talk to old man, and then random library. Okay, great. In the later game parts, I've just gotten to the Dark World. That Hyrule Castle, like, going through Hyrule Castle took me like 10 tries, I think. It took me like a dozen tries. Man, that shit's hard. And it's like halfway through the game? Less than? Wow. Shit, they didn't fuck around. I've gotten there, and now I've just progressed a little bit past that. And like I'll say, like the guide has been immensely helpful, just insofar as like it tells me like, oh, you should go up from here. And there's like a circle of rocks and a sign that says, don't throw anything into the circle of rocks. Instead, you should throw something into the circle of rocks, and then you get a mandatory item called the Quake Medallion. And I'm just sitting there going like, that can't be right. It's mandatory? How would you know? How would you know about this Quake Medallion if, like, a guide wasn't telling you to throw a skull into a circle? I don't know, man. It seems like the kind of thing where I feel like at the time we were just much more used to like using player's guides, you know? Much more used to just like, you got stuck? Go consult Nintendo Power, man. What are you talking about? That's what you do when you get stuck. The publication exists for a reason. Whereas nowadays, like, player's guides just don't exist anymore because games got like self-evident in the last 20 years. Like, they sort of like teach you, they sort of, you know, I started a little into Link Between Worlds, which by the way, works wonderfully well on this thing. It's flawless, upscaled even, just perfect frame rate, perfect performance, mwah, beautiful. You could just, this is the way to play it, honestly, is using Citra on this thing here, you know, especially with the two screens, it's quite handy. That game is a lot more self-evident and explains itself a lot better and tells you, like, everywhere you should go a lot clearer. And I think that's just the difference of 20 years of, like, gameplay coming along. You know what I mean? Barnstormer agrees, it's very confusing. Yeah, I after running past the Quake Medallion, and also finding out, like, to get into the first dungeon of the Dark World, you have to bribe a monkey. I wouldn't have figured that out. I would have just been like, should I bribe the monkey? No. This seems like a scam, you know? You don't just give monkeys 10 rupees apropos of nothing. But apparently you should, because if you don't, you won't be able to get into the Dark World. Dungeon number 1? Like, what the hell? Really? I'm glad. I feel like this is the way to play this game. And I'm really happy to be getting through it for the first time. I need to finish it by the time that we're doing the randomizer at the end of December. I gotta do it for the randomizer is my basic thought. Guess coming out the heels of Zelda 2, it was par for the course. Of course, you know. It is worth noting that, generally speaking, they have gotten easier over time. Like, every Zelda game has been more accessible than the one before it. Ocarina of Time has its clunky design elements. I mean, I guess you could say like Majora's Mask with the time elements. Really. Oh, I see. While the on-off is in play, you can the guy can't throw shit. Interesting. Interesting mechanic here. So we need to hit an on-off, and then the spike guys cannot produce. They will be all blocked up, in other words. Nice. That's an interesting, like, infinite Magic Koopa situation right there. Just infinite Magic Koopa things. I'm going to re-up on this, this thing. I do think that there are arguments to say, like, even Ocarina and Majora's Mask were unintuitive, and perhaps just, like, if I had played them at the time, I would have gotten used to it, And I would have been able to manage just fine as a kid. You know, probably would have had the manual, or would have been able to, like, able/willing to look up a game fact that would tell me everywhere I had to go. But, I'll say again, like, the AYN Thor is excellent for this particular use case. The second screen is just lovely for those, purposes. I would recommend it, you know? Okay, man, you're not supposed to be able to make. Stop making. No more balls. While the on-off is in action. 30 seconds. You gotta survive 30 seconds. Majora's Mask, especially with the time component. Yeah, that was a difficult game. I do feel like, in general, people are a lot more tolerant and willing to figure things out when they're young and they have, like, oodles and oodles and oodles of free time. You know? When you can spend, like, a month on a game and, you know, a year on a game, shit. You know, all the time that you have on a game, it doesn't really matter how hard it is. But as adults, I feel like you're a lot more just like, I'm a lot more impatient, and I have a lot more options, and I have a lot more things going on. I'm not going to, like, really go through a master's course to work out a game. I'm also just, like, you know, I do think a part of it is that I'm not, like, really... This is like a high halls gauntlet? You think? I don't know I can see the comparison, but it doesn't really seem that bad to me. I don't know. Like, it would be if you couldn't hit the on-off, and these guys were just constantly making, constantly firing, etc., etc. Oh, God, what about laser? Is laser... Oh, good, we killed the laser guy. It is like a ton of waves? Okay. Okay. So long as we keep it off, then I think we're good. Gotta turn it off. Keep it off. You know, I definitely feel like there are some games where if you play them as a kid, you're gonna do pretty alright. But, like, as an adult, you know, just trying to play it and get through it in a quick, like, a night or two, you're gonna struggle with it more. You know, like, I definitely think back to when a couple years ago I watched Dan Reichert, streamer I have talked about before, my favorite streamer. Watched him play through Banjo-Kazooie for the first time, never playing it as a kid, and, like, for him, Gruntilda's layer was really hard to navigate through. He just never got the hang of where to go, and had to depend on chat to, like, get him to the next thing. I can totally see why that would be. But for me, it's in the back of my head, you know? I have it much in the way that he's probably memorized, like, Link to the Past. I've memorized Grunty's lair, you know? And, a lot of these things were just confusing at the time, and we were fine with them, because it was a different... I think A, was because we were young, and B, games were different then, you know? Difficulty was more normal, and being confused was just to be expected. Hello, Morton. How you doing? Please don't fire any projectiles at me. Just, like, chill and be cool. You could jump, that's fine. You didn't make any she didn't make any fireballs off the jump. That's funny. That's good. We did it. Ooh. That was a lot of waves, but we got through them first try. I think to be a high hell's gauntlet, you have to be pretty tough, you know? You gotta be like... Yeah, kill you. This is more like just... one of the easier gauntlets. Deep, deep, deep bones. Deep docks. Moss place. I don't know. It's been a bit since, what's like the easiest? The tutorial one in the tutorial area. I don't know. It wasn't that bad, is what I'm saying. Thank you, O6I. That's a very neat level you found for us. The Narrow, sure. Let's go ahead and hit Marrow. That's what it is. Typo there. Barnstormer just said GG, cool level. Hell yeah, Barnstormer. I agree. Let's go ahead and pull this up and do another card. Follow up on AYN Thor stuff. Couple of quick points of follow-up on the AYN Thor in general. Let me make myself big so you can see it better. It is a lovely retro handheld that I got a couple weeks ago. I've been having a great time with. I think it's lovely. It's very powerful. It has like the most powerful chipset that also is very well supported insofar as like custom drivers go. There are more powerful chips like in the Odin 3 has like a more powerful chipset, but it doesn't really have the driver support yet. So this is like a best of all worlds situation, and it's also like just able to handle like every current emulator that exists. Just like perfectly good. Wii U, Switch, only the ones that are theoretical and kind of shitty right now don't really work that well on here, but it doesn't really matter like how good of a retro handheld you have. It's not going to run PS3 games very well unless it's a Steam Deck. Maybe you could maybe get a Steam Deck, and maybe that'd be the solution. But I'll say I have mentioned some issues with this, like it waking up from sleep mode when you plug it in. But they just did an OTA yesterday, so this should be fixed. And yes, I do believe it's not on. I'm peeking below the lid. Yes, it's not on. It's still asleep, even after plugging and unplugging. Plugging and unplugging. That's how it should work. Also, I hear that, like, the power button, it's also been desensitized when the lid is closed, so it's not going to power on while your lid is closed from, like, accidental bag stuff or something, which is apparently what they were saying was happening with it previously, other than the power plug-in thing. New update just hit. It seems quite nice and to solve the issues that I brought up before with this thing, which means that I can more readily now recommend it fully without reserve. I will also say there have been some hubbub about, like, apparently some people have had some issues with the hinge already. You know, that's always like a risk when it comes to clamshell devices like this. I believe the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 also had some hinge-related drama. I'll say for my part, I'm looking at my hinge right now. As far as I can tell, it looks pretty pristine. I don't know. Unless you mean like the crack... Not like wear and tear type cracks in it thus far on mine, as far as I can tell. So this is probably just a thing that affects a few people. Like, probably not all the people, but it's really hard to tell with these retro handhelds, right? When something starts going wrong, like, how widespread is it? Is it just, like, a couple people on Reddit that are having the issue? Is it, like, a third of the people who got them? Is it gonna be everyone within, like, a couple months? It's impossible to say, but, you know, probably look for a return if you're having that issue. Personally, I'm not. Also, just, like, try to take care of it. It's probably not built Nintendo tough. You know, like, I feel like with a 3DS, you could throw that thing in a fucking wall and it would survive. You throw this thing at a wall, man, you're out $300 if you throw this thing at a wall. It's not, it's, let's face it, it's not gonna survive. Take care of it. Be careful. Open it, I'm not gonna say gingerly, because I don't think you should have to open it gingerly, but you should, respect that it is a expensive device and all that. Barnstormer is up next, and Barnstormer is in chat. Is good. Excellent. Okay. let's go ahead and enter that in. Yeah, I've really been enjoying my AYN Thor. Like I said, the next stream is going to be me playing WarioWare touched off the AYN Thor. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a longer stream than the last Thor stream, but I think it'll be good. And it'll also only be one game rather than a bunch of them. I think that's a good thing, though. I think it'll put the touchscreen through paces, and also just like, you know, we can get a feel for like, okay, stylus, finger, other stylus, like what's the best, which the best way to play WarioWare DS style games? I think the finger is acceptable, by the way. I think it works fine, but like WarioWare touched, you might want to use a stylus, I feel like. So we'll definitely like figure that out on Tuesday. Let's play this. This is a Silk Song level. What was the clear rate? I didn't see the clear rate. I should fucking check the clear rate. Remember, we only get the bonus heads if the clear rate is low enough, which I don't believe it is. That's like a 6%. Yeah, we get no bonus heads, 5 tries. Let's do it. Okay. It's a Link level. We got the music going, you know? We got a stab, down drop, and jump off dudes with perfect timing. And we gotta use the spring, not just jump ourselves. Let's do it. You know, for music in the Keeleys, I thought it was really a disgrace that Mario Kart wasn't nominated. That seems nuts. That Mario Kart wasn't one of the 5. Maybe they should have had a sit. You know, I don't know if like the 5 other ones were like really worth it. You know, obviously people really like the Silk Song soundtrack. I've heard people say the Clear Obscure soundtrack is really good too. No music for that comes to mind for me, but okay. Maybe I'm just not thinking about it. Because it wasn't on Spotify? I've heard that. Wait! Are you real? I saw that it was like sponsored by Spotify, but was it really the case that like if it wasn't on Spotify, it wasn't eligible? That is like some of the most horseshit stuff I've ever heard, actually, if true. Oh, we need to jump off the far side. Damn it, Wow, those fucking 5 lives went so fucking fast, huh? Damn. That's some horseshit if that's the case. That's really horseshit. I don't think that should be a requirement for being one of the best soundtracks of the year. And like, Jesus Christ, I think that Mario Kart World soundtrack. Oh, we got a refresh from 06i. Barnstormer is given a refresh by 06i. Hell yeah. It did go quick, just like Silk Song, but like Silk Song, we can continue. At least insofar as we have the stamina to do so. And I believe I have the stamina. Let's do it. Let's get this done. I like to see people using their refresh for other people. I will say I have been considering like giving subs an additional refresh just for other people. Like, I think that'd be fun. I gotta jump shorter than that. I got it. I feel like that's a fun thing, and you know, when you do see a level that you want to see more of, I do want to encourage y'all with subscriptions, active subscriptions, to just feel free to pull that trigger and to get us more tries. Is it a matter of us not going fast? Maybe we need to like bounce off earlier in the spike so that we... Or maybe we're like going too slow in other places and that's what's going on. unsure. Okay, that worked. Oh, fuck. That worked, but still have to do more things. I think, like, the center of the spike ball is right. I think I want to be center spike. Here we go. 3 tries. Getting a little bit low. Center spike. And land on the ball. You gotta land on the ball. Center spike. Here we go, center spike. A low jump. Fuck! Makes it easier to do the other part. But just running off makes it harder to do a down thrust for that part. I should probably try to do like a small jump there rather than just running off. Center spike! Close enough. Oh yeah, there's like an icicle. I can't do a little jump. Oh boy. Oh boy. What? Huh? Oh, what? Hell? What the? What? What? Okay, what was that? Look closely. So. Oh, I see, I understand. So, those bombs, when I hit the first on-off, they were supposed to fall and fall into the other on-off. And that's supposed to clear up the 2 solid blocks. However, I hit the second block too fast, the second on-off too fast, so they exploded before they got low enough. And as a result, they did not destroy the blocks. We're on our last try here, folks. It's also looking like there's probably another part to this, so let's try to get there and hope for the best and hope that the second segment just comes right off the dome. I will say, quite obviously, that the lightning round does not mean the end for... Oh, jeez, I thought I was done there, so I stopped reacting properly. Could've saved it. Damn. The lightning round does not mean the end of a level. We can absolutely see this level again someday or later tonight. Feel free to resubmit if you want. Or submit a different one. Either or. It's up to you, Barnstormer. I appreciate the level. I appreciate you. Either way. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, get that out of there. And this one was the one that I submitted on behalf of Jose, who just did a current, like, relatively recently. Like, I guess 2 levels ago, really. Jose, good for it? I think Jose is good for it. He's the last one in the YouTube chat currently. Oh, that's good enough for me. Let me do another card while I'm typing this in stuff. Not been feeling consistently great recently. And I feel like I've been more sniffly from allergies. I feel like I've had, like, somewhere between cold and allergy type symptoms for the last, like, week and change. Just a little bit, you know, a little bit of a sore throat here. It's been kind of fun, actually. I say fun. I've had some fun new symptoms recently. Like, in particular, I've been having some, like, dry eye in the morning recently, which feels weird considering, like, it's been... I sort of haven't been doing eye drops for the last few months. You know, I was doing eye drops for a while post-LASIK, and recently I've been more just able to just go without and just, you know, wing it. But last week or so, if I don't do that, I get like some really killer dry eye, which is really irritable, and especially in the morning. Also, does anyone remember when I said I had a swollen uvula after getting back from vacation in like July? I had a little bit of that just for like an hour or so after taking some Dayquil, like a week ago. Maybe sometime during that big week of streaming. Or maybe it was Tuesday. Jeez, I don't even remember. But, like, that's fun. I think that maybe that shit was caused by the Dayquil. Maybe that was a reaction to the Dayquil, like the liquid Dayquil. Maybe I should only take pill form Dayquil. It's kind of fun to drink the liquid Dayquil and NyQuil. It's definitely more pleasant, and I like to do it more than just, like, having to deal with the blister packs and having to get some water to wash it down with for, like, the pill form, but maybe just safer to go with the pill form. I don't know the science. I just know that, oh, when I was sick, I took some sick medicine, and then I had, like, a weird symptom, and the next time I took it, that sick medicine, I got the same symptom again. Maybe it wasn't the sickness, maybe it was the medicine. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Whatever, you know, I'll say I'm managing, you know, I don't like feeling bad. And I do wish that, like, you know, like I said up top, I feel like I've been feeling sniffly and, oh, like, allergy-ish a lot recently. I wonder, really, if there's some sort of permanent solution to allergies. I would love to just be able to just go. I don't know what the fuck if there is such a thing, or if I'm just like gonna be on like the whatchamacallit, the Allegra for the rest of my life, just a daily Allegra. Is there like some more permanent allergy solution that you can do? I think there is. Isn't there like some sort of thing a doctor does where once per season you come in and you get some sort of shot? I should do that. I should try that. I don't know. I would actually kind of like that. I would appreciate that. I should have discussed that when I went to the doctor recently, but I wasn't feeling that allergy-ish. Now I am, so let's do it. What was the clear rate? Sorry, I didn't see. Let me just confirm. I think it's fine. I think, yeah, no, this is like a 10% clear rate. We got this in the bag. I'd be very surprised if we did not beat this level. Again, this is Jose from the YouTube chat. There is a bug with the YouTube bot that prevents YouTube bots from seeing the thing. Translation here. Snowy chomp peaks. Chomp doggos might bite, so walk carefully. I will do that. Yes, yes, yes. Lovely. Seems like a moderately difficult level. Not too hard, but not terribly easy either. I feel like chain chomps are some of the toughest enemies you can put in like a level, you know? They're stationary and all that, but they're big, they lunge at you. Of like enemies, right? Is there an enemy that moves faster than a chain chomp in flight? A chain chomp mid-lunge. Is that the fastest an enemy can be on its own accord? I feel like just from the instantaneousness of it, it's kind of hard to beat. Like a ground pound from one of the bosses, maybe? Maybe a ground pound from, like, one of the bosses could top it. I don't know. Obviously, when they're not lunging, they're not too bad. They just sort of, bounce at you slowly. They're big bouncers, these guys, you know? We also got some ice physics going on. Not a problem, though. Chill, it's good. I'm able to platform exactly how I want to. No questions asked. It's a pretty cool combination of elements. I think the difficulty is just right for like a slightly more advanced, but still plenty traditional level. You did a good job, Jose. Appreciate it. I could use more sleep. I'm gonna get more sleep. Shit, man. It's Thanksgiving week. Thank you, Jose. Feel free to get in another one. I'm gonna try to fix your technical issues next next Mario Maker stream, but it might be sometime in the future. Who knows? I don't know. I might tinker with that over my break, over my time off. We'll see. Incomplete. Rock Party, you are up. Let me get a confirmation in chat from Rock Party. And, yeah, ooh, a world record. Very nice. Let me get one confirmation from Run Rock Party, and we will do his level. Meanwhile, how's about another card? How do y'all spend your big holiday weeks? That's right, I am wondering that. It is the start of one such holiday week right now, and I'll say from my part, I have never needed to travel for Christmas or Thanksgiving since my family is local, just about all of it. All the local family anyway, and all the family will be doing a Thanksgiving thing. You know, typically I spend it just like sleeping in, playing games, doing a stream or 2 or 3, and, you know, otherwise relaxing. I do this break, want to try, like, cranking up some, like, working on the short form side, you know? With the last week of programming, I was not, like, doing that much to, like, deal with the ever-growing backlog of streams that need to be parted out for content, you know, for the short form side. And I want to get on that. I need to do the Fortnite stream from last week before the Simpsons stuff is out of date. I need to do the I should do Windswept before everyone forgets about it. Probably Windswept stuff is fine whenever, but like the sooner the Windswept stuff is, the better for, like, you know, Windswept as a game, I guess. You know, I need to get on some of this crap before it is old and dated, and that's a process that takes time, and fortunately I have time, so shit, I'll do some of that stuff. It's gonna be a nice holiday. I typically spend it just like sleeping in, relaxing, enjoying the time off, and yeah, doing a couple productive things for the stream. I'll say, like, considering that I, you know, sleep through the day a lot of the time, and, like, I'm never that productive, like, deep into the night anyway. Like, I don't know that I'll, like, you know, work. I feel like I'll probably just sleep in until, like, you know, 2 p.m. or something. And then, like, the difference between, like, the productivity of starting doing the productive stream stuff at 2 p.m. versus, like, starting it at 4 p.m. after 4 or 5 after work. You know, there's not that much difference. It's just a few hours difference as far as, like, the difference between a work day and a break day. But, you know, having all that sleep does mean a lot, and hopefully I'll be feeling a lot less tired. This time next week, we'll see. I mean, this time next week will be mid-extra life, so fucking who knows, right? Let's play the level. Rock Party confirmed. And let me get you randomized heads. We got Toadette. Hell yeah. I've never had to travel. Y'all travel? Is that like a thing you do every, like, Thanksgiving or Christmas, or do you choose one? What are we looking like in chat? What are your holiday plans? I'm genuinely curious. Like, I don't know, like, what the distribution is versus, like, you know, people who spend their holiday at home and then just, you know, have, like, one Thanksgiving meal midweek versus how many that you know, travel and spend the whole week staying with family, etc. Speaking of family, I will say I did just book my, the arrangements for my, cousin's wedding, which I am excited for, I guess. 2 nights at a fancy Florida hotel. Kind of on the pricey side, I'll say. That's, you know, you gotta do it, you know, you gotta support the family, you know? But, ooh, that's a pricey, hotel there. I'm paying for a whole bed I'm not using also. Not, especially ideal, but whatever, what are you gonna do? That'll be nice. I don't know I'll talk that much directly about it, you know? It's like, family stuff and all, but weddings are alright. You know, it's nice to see everyone. Nice to hang out with the family and the folks and to have a nice festive good time. I'm gonna have to schedule the time off as well for that. 2 days, Thursday, Friday. Don't expect viewer levels on like the second weekend of like March, which kind of a shame considering that like I've already declared that this is the final try. Let's make it work. Let's make it happen. Let's do it. Oh! You need to jump like as soon as possible to get the flight going because time is so of the essence here. But like too early and you just whiff it hard. That's just fuck. Thank you, Rock Party. I appreciate the level. We'll get the hang of that in time. The world record is only 40 seconds. How much time? Well, there is like clearly a couple more rooms here, so we're maybe tops a third of the way through. Are there checkpoints? That's honestly something we should be asking ourselves, whether there would be. Zoom in here. Is there anything we're missing? Is there any possible, like, secret bullshit? As far as I can tell, no. Well, one, the rising lava is gonna make anything below the lava line just out of play. Second, there's not like a door or anything hidden over on the left side that could get you where you want to go. Third, there's no pipe, so the pipe is the way to go. That's all that there is. That one's just a door situation, though, so whenever we go back to the start and do this room, which, yes, looks hellish. I do think that looks hellish. We'll just do a door here, deal with some Magic Koopas. I hope there's something to throw at them or something. Well, maybe they just disappear and then you can just run past and, you know, hope for the best. We'll see about all that, in due time. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and hit, dismiss. And, yeah. It'll be nice. I'm looking forward to that. That whole, situation, that whole thing. It'll be nice to see my cousin again. She, I last saw her when, we did a day at Disney at the end of my Universal trip earlier this year. She's like, you know, a Floridian. She's an Orlando-ite. She just moved into a new house like in August. I hope it's all like coming together by now. Probably should have done. Who knows? Who can say? Freddy, go ahead and confirm. Freddy Fazbear on the YouTube side. You know what to do. Yes, yes, yes. I'll leave this in sudden death until such time as Freddy confirms. Really excited about all that stuff coming together. That'll be nice. This is gonna be a good holiday week. Like I said, I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna do a Tuesday stream, prepare the extra live stream, and hopefully just like make up some lost ground insofar as like all the short form rigmarole that I put off whilst doing a bunch of streams last week, and really just building up the backlog to a ridiculous degree. Another card, I think. Thanksgiving is on next Thursday. Suffice it to say, I'm looking forward to it. I love Thanksgiving. It's a fun day, and I'll say like possibly my favorite part. I love stuffing. Stuffing, I with the sausage and the bread and the other stuff that goes in sausage, sauce stuffing. The other stuff that goes into stuffing. I just found it absolutely delicious, and I cannot wait to have extra stuffing, have some meals with stuffing, take some leftovers home full of stuffing, and also, you know, you get like a turkey leg, some ham, that sort of thing. It'll be fun. I do wonder, like, if we can do anything fun insofar as, like, games or whatever. You know, Thanksgiving has kind of been like an interesting thing over the last few years, the last 10 years, right? It's sort of shifted in my family how exactly the Thanksgiving goes. Used to be like 10 years ago when my grandmother, my local grandma, was still alive. Used to be a meeting of all the, you know, our family, you know, my parents, sister, etc., and also my local cousin and her two parents, and also grandma would be there. And that was the case like 10 years ago for ages, right? And then when grandma died, relationships between my uncle and my father were kind of on the rocks, kind of strained from the whole inheritance question and all that. And all the, like, you know, she's dying in a nursing home type questions and all that. And it seemed like when all that was said and done, things were kind of rocky, and as since then, like Thanksgivings were kind of just me, my family, and that's it. More recently, though, my sister got married, and more recently still, my sister had a kid. So now Thanksgiving has become like, okay, well, shit. We still have like the core family is the core of it, but now the in-laws are coming to town. You know, the my brother-in-law's parents and her, you know, my nephew's other uncles, you know, and aunt as well. I think the other uncle is married. I think he has wife, not girlfriend. Um, so yeah, there's like an aunt that's coming as well, and maybe also some other of my sister's friends. Maybe if they feel like it, sometimes they do. So it's suddenly become a lot more social, a lot more a bigger event than it was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Before any of that stuff really locked into place, before my sister got married, you know. So it's interesting, I guess. It's really changed the dynamic of like how that is, and you know, one wonders like will we just be having a joint Thanksgiving for the rest of the time, or like eventually is it going to be like, no, well, they're not going to come all the way from wherever they live every Thanksgiving, Christmas. Maybe eventually, you know, my sister alternates between our Christmas, our Thanksgiving versus the other one, but you know, whatever. It's cool and good, and I'm wondering if I can do some Lego party. That's the question I have right now. Freddy Fazbear is not confirmed. Sudden death. I am wondering right now if I should buy Lego Party and try to make it happen. You might have fucking... What the... Jesus. Let's hold that thought until we're done here. That was... a terrible death. What the hell? Not even... There's no reason that I should have died there. Considering, why is there an overworld and a subworld? We have one try left on account of Freddy Fazbear not being here in the YouTube chat. And I totally wasted the first try. But it's okay. This honestly doesn't seem that bad. So let's just relax and do it. The amount of required coins is pretty high, and we've gotten like 10 of them like 50 seconds in. Where are they hiding? Where the hell would you hide hundreds of coins? I don't know. Hopefully they're on the other side because I got nothing here. Yeah, there's just way too few coins here to reach the end. Now we've been to the subworld. We've seen the subworld. And you know that there's nothing more here. And we can tell, well actually we can't go up, so that means that maybe it could be a situation where there's something in the upper part of the screen. Maybe we have to like get a vine or something and find. That could indicate something in the top half of the level. Do you think it's in the top half? Coins! That was not all the coins. That was less coins than it otherwise could have been. I guess we might have to go to the... I don't think that would push us over in any case. Wait, there's no end here. Oh, it keeps going. Okay. Wait. Wait. Huh? Out the... Okay, there's a missing part of the level. There's a pipe that leads this missing part somewhere. I'm like 16 coins short. Also, this just goes directly back. And I died. Well, in the absence of Fazbear, in the absence of Freddy in the YouTube chat, that's all I can do at this moment. Thank you, Freddy. Feel free to get another one in there, or confirm right now. Let's look at the more info. Try to figure out what the hell is going on here. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing in the top half of the level except for the wall at the end. The wall at the end, which does appear to be obscuring. Wait. Oh, you know what it is? It's the clear condition, right? The clear. Wait. No, that's not the actual fort. The actual fort is not that. But even if we did get to the flag, the clear condition, it would not be available. But it kind of looks like it's behind a bunch of rocks and stuff. How is that possible? Is that destructible? Can you destroy those? Those look like solid ground. Is this like a bugged level or something? Like, has anyone been able to clear this? Is this possible to clear? It says a 0% clear rate. I don't know if this is possible. I don't see how it would be, even. Thank you, Freddy, for the impossible stage. But we gotta move on now on account of you're not here. We take a couple more cracks at it, but, you know, you're not here. Let's go ahead and hit this miss. Sugama. Sugama, go ahead and confirm. Fuck Freddy anyways. No, Freddy's cool. Just didn't confirm, you know. I don't know, maybe Freddy's also assembling furniture. Or as I know, all y'all spend your Thanksgiving breaks assembling furniture. And, you know, it can be pretty, you can get pretty preoccupied with the bed slats and things of that nature. It's cool and good. You're done? Excellent. What did you get, 06i? Did you get a chair, a bed, like an end table? What's up? I'm gonna have to assemble a bunch of furniture this year probably, next year probably, once I get a new house. Once I buy a house for the first time, I'm gonna be a homeowner. I'm gonna have all sorts of rooms for stuff. My parents are gonna give me their old couches, so that's good. And I believe some end tables and stuff go with it. But still going to need like another entertainment center. Gonna need probably all sorts of things. And I'm still not sure like what I'm doing with like a third bedroom, assuming I get one with 3 bedrooms, which that's the only ones that they make. Multi-tiered drawer slash table. Cool. Yeah, that good piece of furniture. What the hell can I say about that? Anyway, have y'all started your Xmas shopping? Here's a question for all y'all in the chat. Have you started your Xmas shopping? I have not. I have not even started thinking about Xmas shopping. This is always like the thread of December, where you always gotta be thinking, I need to get one good thing for each of my friends and family. Family more than friends, I think, personally. But yeah, ain't we in February? Yeah, it's nearly Thanksgiving, which means it's nearly about time to start ordering things. Especially, you know, you gotta account for shipping times. Like, if anyone, look, I'll say, if anyone is planning on getting their loved one an AYN Thor, it might already be too late. I'm not sure, like, when the next batch of these is shipping, but, even then, it can take you, like, 2 to 3 weeks to get one, so best move on that quick if that's your plan. If not, though, like, hey, you know, you got loads of choices that don't involve shipping, retro handhelds halfway across the world, and I'm sure I will think about some of those choices. I already gave my sister my old Retroid Pocket Flip 2 when I got my Thor, so I think she is good for this time. But I will get my nephew something. I will get my ma and dad something, and I think that's it. I think that's the lineup this year. The cats can get cat bed. I don't know. I'll think of something for the cats. They do like a cat bed. They always like a cat bed. My dad's cats do. But anyway, I need to start thinking about that. That is something I need to do. I need to start making lists and checking them a decent amount of times. The clear rate here is 2%. 5 is all we get. Ooh, they're gonna be close. Sugama has not started. I haven't started yet either, so that makes me feel better. I also think we're gonna do at the office, you know, I think the office is gonna have like a white elephant type situation. What? Here's a question for y'all. What do you think? Let's say, you know, say just for the record, normal like office people, if that makes sense, you know, nothing fancy. Engineers and the like. What do you think is the best white elephant type gift? Let's say $25 range. Like, what are we talking? What is a good thing to put that, like, anyone can enjoy, etc. I will say I did order some new cubes. I looked at the cubing site and I ordered some new cubes. And also, like, I ordered 3 because I'm gonna do some shape mods. I'm gonna, like, turn 3 cubes into 3 other cubes that are like, Sudoku cubes, like a 4x... I got, like... Hang on 1 second, I can't explain this without a visual. Give me a second to go grab something. Okay, I'm back. See this cube? It's a 4x4 cube, where half the pieces are black and the other half are white, and the goal is to make them in this sort of checkerboard arrangement. I really like this cube. I kind of want a 6x6 version because I think it'd be even more nice just to have a little bit more complexity to the solve and how it sort of unfolds. And there's no such product available, so instead I'm ordering like 3 6x6 cubes, and I'm gonna break them apart and put them back together so that they are in this checkerboard arrangement. I haven't quite decided like what colors for each pair of them, like what pairs with white, what pairs with blue. I could go just across the cube, you know, like do a blue-green, do a red-orange, do a yellow-white, but I don't know. Maybe can do better. This looks like we have like 3 rooms that we have to do. Yeah. And maybe we do get a number of coins while we do it. In the case of a repeating checkpoint, let me say how this works. In the case of a repeating checkpoint, so long as we lock in progress, we get a refresh, passing a checkpoint. But if we just like passed one that we've been to before, that would not do it for us. We have to get a new coin and lock it in. That makes sense? That makes sense, yeah. So, like, we can't just run through a repeating checkpoint just for the sake of getting our lives back. That is, not how it works. But, oh, Jesus Christ. But, it is pretty nice otherwise, I'll say. Ah! That said, I don't know that we... Have we been through the other side? If there's, like, a checkpoint right here... I don't think we've been to this side of the, I think that counts. That's the first time we've been through that particular checkpoint. So, we can get a refresh off that. It's a little bit cheesy, but, that was our first time through that checkpoint, so it counts. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Aren't we bastards? It's not gonna count any time after this. We've now used up our free refresh. Only progress now gives us a refresh. Just run as soon as the first set happens. Drop down. I forgot it would come back up. That's the only thing Potobos do. They come back up. I just thought I was just free to use that hook as much as I please, but not quite. Still a dangerous thing. Now we're good. We just have to go fast. Get the on-off. Drop the motherfucker and then into the vine. Hell fucking yes, let's go. Let me refresh our doodads and we'll let's go in order. Let's just relax. Take things one room at a time here. We did the Podobo. Spikes. Yeah, get spikes out of the way. Get spikes out of the way. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Use the buck. How? We got this, folks. What else is going on? What other cards do I have? Uncle stuff. So, I wanted to talk about this randomly. You know, I have, earlier this week, one of the comments on the YouTube side was basically, did you know this is a thing? Apparently this is a thing with kids these days, with the younger folks. They call older folks, like I, like uncle, you know? And I'll say, obviously, as previously established, I am literally an uncle. I am literally an uncle. It's true. And, I kinda like that. I kinda like being an uncle, you know? I feel like it gives me an extra level of, like, you know, seniority, you know? I feel like like my generation's coming up in the world when I think about how I'm an uncle and I have a little nephew who is, you know, still shitting in his pants, you know? I say shitting in his pants, you know, he's in diapers, apparently now he talks, is the new thing. I'm probably gonna see him tomorrow, and, he'll say hello for the first time to me, and I'll tell him that I'm his uncle, and try to get him to call me, you know, call me uncle. You know what I mean? And that just sounds real interesting. We ran out of lives. Dang. Maybe we should have tried one of the other ones just as a Hail Mary, but I wasn't thinking. I was instead thinking about being an uncle. I got one of the comments from like earlier this week said like Unc95, which I assume means uncle born in 1995, which like close 1990. You're 5 years off. I'm you know, I have a youthful appearance. I get it. I always looked younger than I am. So yeah, you know, I appreciate that. But also like as someone who's always looked younger than they are, like I wouldn't mind occasionally I wouldn't mind the respect that is supposed to be due the folks who look older. You know, I wouldn't mind some amount of like being looked up at. You know, like I have always had a complicated relationship with just like, man, people think I'm younger. That's not what I want. Now that I'm old, it's like, well, it's not bad now, you know, but like, honestly, I wouldn't mind, like, the gray hairs that I'm starting to get, like, coming in, and, starting to look like, made me look a little bit more distinguished, you know? I do consider myself a distinguished No, I can't even. Do y'all consider me a distinguished gentleman? Do you think I could become a distinguished gentleman? I don't know I'm a distinguished gentleman yet. I don't know what qualifies one to call themselves a distinguished gentleman. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, Sugama, and you can submit again if you care to. I think, who is the most distinguished gentleman? George Clooney. George Clooney is the most distinguished gentleman. I think of George Clooney when I think of, like, what an old dude can be at the peak of their power, you know? There's also, you know, while he was alive, shit, fuck, what is his name? The Spaniard the Spaniard in, Highlander, big part in movie with the Rock. The Rock. I was about to say like the movie where they go to the Rock. It's literally called The Rock. That dude. That dude's like an elderly like goal basically. Like you want to look as cool as he does when he did. He's deceased now, as I understand it. 06I, go ahead and confirm, by the way. I do embrace being an uncle, I'll say. And, like, I put up a YouTube short today, that like, referenced this. There was a moment from the, Odyssey playthrough from last year where I met Uncle Amiibo, who is a character who's like a little Roomba who does amiibo stuff for you in Mario Odyssey. And I said then that like, oh man, like Uncle Amiibo, that is such a good Twitch name. If no one's stolen that, that's surprising because it is so good. I'll say like, man, yeah, like, I guess part of it is that most of internet names are decided like when you're a kid. You know, when you're like 14 or whatever. Like the Master DS I came up with when I was 14, for instance. So like, to become an Uncle Amiibo, you probably have to get things late in the game or rebrand, which is like awkward, or like change your internet name. I know some people have changed their internet names relatively recently or relatively late in life, but I don't know if I could do it. If I were to rebrand, like Uncle DS isn't that bad, honestly. Like, I wouldn't mind Uncle just being, like, a part of the brand, you know? Like, part of the what you think of me, right? Like, yeah, I'm going to be more of an uncle as the nephew grows and, you know, I get all stately and all that, you know? Like, that is just an interesting thing to think about, and just, like, I'm looking forward to seeing my nephew become big and, like, talkative and be able to communicate and become a little person who you actually can talk to and hold half of a conversation with. I'm pretty sure all he just says now is you know, hello, mama, dada, grandpa, truck, things of that nature. You know, he wasn't talking the last time I saw him like a month ago, so he's very new to it, and I guess maybe get used to me talking about it because, like, shit, man, that's gonna be like one of the bigger threads in my life going forward. The fact that there's a little human related to me, you know, my sister's kid, that is gonna be coming up in the world. That's wild. Eventually he'll be an adult and I'll be an old man. And won't that be fun? I hope I'm still streaming when I'm like in my 50s. I hope I'm still streaming in my 50s, in my 60s, 70s. I hope when I'm retired, I'm still like able to stream and put a face on that and keep it going. You know, I do hope that. I want to be the distinguished gentleman. I do. I'm not, currently. I'm not quite distinguished yet. But eventually, one day. Do you have to do something special to be a distinguished gentleman? Or just, like, is being some dipshit who's older good enough? You know? Let me, I think that the clear rate probably isn't enough to warrant extra heads, so this'll be it. Oh, geez, Bowser's coming for me. I think I need to hit these on-offs so that, I can proceed. This is really neat, really interesting. This is really what the hell? There was no room for me to navigate there. Bowser, what the hell, man? Gotta give me some wiggle room. No wiggle room there. I don't know. I did something wrong, I bet. Where's the wiggle? Oh, go to the other side. That's it. Okay. The wiggle room was on the other side. Do I need that? Do I need that? What? Oh, I need to use that guy to hit a switch or something. Okay, cool. I need to use that guy to hit a switch or something. I think this is fair. It's also cool that Bowser is walking on water. Much like, our Lord... Our Lord? Jesus Christ. Is he our Lord if you're not, anyway... partisan? Like, the Lord... Jesus Christ. Oh, I see. No! Too late! I gotta throw it up and hit a switch. Much like... well-known... mythological figure, Jesus Christ, who, you know, all historians would say... We all agree, I think I saw recently, it is known that he was, like, real and stuff, right? Like, we know this. How does this work with the water? Do these things fall faster when in water versus not? I didn't know that. Like, they kind of keep pace with the water just, sort of for free. Pretty cool. Okay, we're getting it. What's this clear rate? I wonder if it's actually high enough to warrant the extra heads. We'll check before we go, but I'm betting it's good. I guess Bowser isn't very likely to be like the, you know, the reincarnation of Christ, I guess. You know, considering he's a villain and all. I don't know much about like what constitutes the Antichrist, but I figure Bowser would be closer to. You really gotta hustle to get in that pipe after. Okay, we're a little too slow. Can the Antichrist walk on water? The clear rate is above 1%. 5 tries is all that we got. Dang. Yeah, Mr. Elliot. Really cool stuff there. Can the Antichrist walk on water? I know Mario can if he goes fast enough. I guess Mario's kind of Christ-like. There are certain comparisons to be made between Mario and Christ. Did Christ have that little like you know, maybe Christ used one of those flowers with the that go like doodly 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 doodly, you know, like from Odyssey, you know, when he Christ, our Lord Jesus Christ, he threw his hat, who of course was a ghost. He threw his hat at a flower. The flower came back to him and attached to his back like a form of jet propulsion, and that allowed him to walk across water. I guess they say walk. They didn't say run across water. Anyone can walk across water so long as you're going fast enough. And you have, like, you know, some sort of super speed ability, like Incredible Boy. Boy Incredible. Does the kid in Incredibles have a name? Dash. You just call him Dash. You just call him by his given name. Anyway, thank you for the level 06i. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, and we'll talk about something else other than, you know, blasphemy. No more blasphemy tonight. We're done talking blasphemy. Let's see what the next card is. Been watching Dan Reichert take on Twitch rivals. Yeah, that's been a thing going on right now. Dan Reichert, my favorite streamer, co-owner of GiantBomb.com, recently got invited to a few Twitch rivals things, which apparently are like big Twitch-wide tournament type bullshit where like 40 to 200 Twitch streamers of large sizes compete and stream and do a bunch of stuff. Like there was a Hades one he was doing like a couple weeks ago, and then last few days he was doing basically Squid Games but in Minecraft with like, you know, 200 other YouTubers and Twitch streamers and all that, which has been interesting. I'll say the Squid Games one, I feel like the minigames, first off, there's a lot of dead time between every minigame, like an outrageous amount of dead time. Basically, it's just like 2 10-minute minigames, and it takes them like 2 or 3 hours to get through all of them each time that there's a stream of it, apparently, is how that works. The Squid Games, Twitch presents, whatever. I don't think the game design of those games is especially like tight and good. It seems like that's kind of janky in some cases. Seems like full of bloat and other like just like it's not a. You could tell a lot of work's gone into like modding Minecraft and making it so elaborate and detailed just to make something that seems like a little bit ass. I can't help but wonder, as a distinguished gentleman of like uncle age, you know, I'm a distinguished gentleman. I'm not out there playing the Roblox. I can't help but wonder, is that what Roblox is like? Is Roblox basically just like a bunch of really jank multiplayer games that people have sort of halfway hooked together in the same way that Minecraft games are, and it sort of half works if in a little bit shit fashion, and the idea is just like, yeah, kids enjoy hanging out and like messing around and playing dumbass games, even if they're just like a little bit half-baked, a little bit half-working, take forever to set up, and really just don't quite pay off quite as much as you expected. Whatever, it was fun just to watch from a social perspective. Like, it was fun watching Dan meet a bunch of other streamers, run around. I learned about Chibidoki for the first time. I've never heard of Chibidoki. Apparently she is a out-of-control VTuber, similar to like Neanners, I guess. I saw a video of hers, of her just talking about how, talking about pooping and stuff, which is exactly the sort of like, you know, filthy lewd VTuber that I find somewhat entertaining, somewhat fun. I haven't watched any Nanners stuff in ages too. Is Nanners still a threat? I don't know if Nanners is still a threat, but I did like Nanners and her unhinged nonsense. Really haven't watched any YouTubers in a while. It was interesting watching him run around and like try to talk to people and do stuff. Also, there was like more than half of the people were like from Spain, so there was like a international aspect to it where like maybe 3/4 of the people were speaking Spanish, and the English speakers just had to like had to like look out for each other and stuff. The social aspect of it was kind of fun, and I did like meeting Cheeky, finding out about Chibidoki for the first time. That's cool. It's I don't expose myself to. I don't try out that many like streamers that I've never heard of before, and never like gotten into, and I feel like there's so many that like it's interesting to have a case where just through the nature of a weirdo collab, you get exposed to one and they actually seem cool and interesting, and there's sort of a through line to the whole event of like, oh, you just hope that Dan or Chibidoki survive. Like, those are the two that we're all putting our eggs in basket now, and spoilers for tonight's proceedings, neither of them made it. It seemed like a whole bloodbath tonight. Really screwy, quite sad. Definitely will maybe watch some of her stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll send you over there sometime. I followed her as a result of this crap, so there you go. Rock Party has not confirmed, so sudden death it is. Hell yeah. Q is looking a little bit, this will go fucking fast, too. Q is looking a little bit empty right now. Not that many people, shit. Not that many people in queue right now, so if y'all are watching, now's just a good time to get back in there. Oh, Rock Party just said here. Excellent, perfect, good timing. I convert you over. Actually, let me just, wait a minute, I think I just screwed up. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, good. Convert you over to this many tries, and let's make these count. Yes, good. And, like, for once, we'll probably be back to Hisses and Honey, like, after just, like, one level, assuming you get back in there, Rock Party. So, we won't be quite so out of sorts. Enjoying seeing Twitch rival stuff. I do feel like it is, what I saw of, like, the Twitch rival stuff, like, I feel like, the social Minecraft, hundreds of people just running around talking. To me, that would be my hell. Like, I don't think I would really enjoy that very much, but, for those who do enjoy that, or, like, don't mind the social maelstrom, I will say it was fun to watch at least, and, interesting as, like, something I haven't quite seen before. Even if it is just, like, jank, weird, slow, and I'm sure if I watched, like, the actual broadcast, I would find, like, oh my god, these are the most corporate-pilled people I've ever seen. I watched a little bit of the Hades one, right? The Hades broadcast that they did, and they were just, like, saying things like, okay, it's time for the moment of the game presented by Honda. And you're just like, it's time for the core memory presented by Intel. And you're just like, oh wow, I don't know how you say so many ad reads with a goddamn straight face, but wow, okay. You guys, really are getting paid by a lot of people to like promote the hell out of like Honda's crap or whatever with these Twitch Rivals events, huh? Like, if you watch the official thing rather than individual streamers who, aren't plugging Honda. They could if Honda were to pay them, but Honda ain't paying them. You know, Honda ain't paying me. I don't got a Honda. I got a Toyota. I got a Toyota Corolla. It's okay. Honestly, I probably would have gotten the Honda, except the Toyota cut me a deal, and the Honda people said, "Oh, fuck off." You know, like when I was going to buy. Thank you for the Level Rock Party. I'm hitting dismiss right now. When I went to buy my last car, shit, that's like 8 years ago. You know, I tried out the Honda, I tried out the Toyota. I was like, okay, the Honda is a better car. And then basically my dad told the Toyota person that. He said, like, look, he doesn't want it. You're going to have to make a deal. And the Toyota person was like, okay, $12K plus the trade-in. And it's like, okay, shit, I was expecting 15. So I was like, okay, shit, no, save $3,000, you got it. And that was really nice of Toyota to do. As I understand, the price of a car now is like in the 30K vicinity, right? Like it's like 20K with a trade-in these days. Not as good. Not looking forward to the next time I have to buy a new car. That's gonna be hell, isn't it? Probably not as hell as a house next year, I guess, but whatever. That's been a fun thing, the Twitch rivals. Let's do another card. Prexton is here. Just really submitted the level. You know, just still here from the last time when the level was actually submitted. Rock Party, you want to get back in there? It's always good to have another level in queue, you know? Let's go ahead and punch this in and do another card. Shout out to Leisure Suit Minotti. I've mentioned before a couple times Blight Club, which is Giant Bomb's game stream series where they it's their show where they play bad games. And recently, in a twist of fate and some bullshit they had going, Dan Reichert has triggered a bonus blight on Mike Minotti, making him play through the bad Leisure Suit Larry game from the Xbox 360 era, which is terrible. It seems terrible to play. It's like a bad platformer, and also just has like some of the most crass and terrible humor you've ever seen. Just like, I don't know how to describe it, other than like, yeah, no, this is definitely sexual harassment. You know, thanks, Brexton. Definitely like just him running around and saying lines like, there was one voice line you could pick where he says like, I have a really small penis, but I, you know, make up for it in so many ways. And the girl is like, ew. And then he says another terrible line. She's like, ew. And then he says the correct line. And she's like, ooh, I like that. And it's terrible and awful. And I enjoy watching it because they react just as much like, my God, this is the worst. And I love it when they play a game and they hate it. Also, he has to cosplay as Mike Minotti has to cosplay as Leisure Suit Larry. And also because the Blight was interrupting another Blight, Jeff Grubb has to dress as Knuckles the Hedgehog, or the Echidna, which is also good. I'm liking this season a bunch. And I'll say Blight Club is one of the few pieces of like appointment viewing I always make sure to watch every week. I always make sure to watch Blight Club every week. It's fucking great. I like it consistently. Sometimes the game is boring, but at least the chats are fun. You know, sometimes it's not that interesting of a game, gameplay-wise, but they talk about all sorts of wild shit. You don't have to pay attention to the game. That's always true. It might be even true here, honestly. Though, I do think Mario Maker is a game worth paying attention to. This is a game worth paying attention to right here. Let's, we have to pick a new level because we did that one last time. Yeah. What do we got? Wall jumps in the mine shaft. Poisonous. What about Underworld Escape, Kaizo Light? What's the clear rate? 2%. That means we'll have 5 lives. Okay. Let's do it. It's a light. It's above 1%. We only get 5 tries. But I'll say we don't have another level in queue. I will say how this works. It's been a bit since the last time this has been relevant. But if we do end up bouncing off this level without another level to go to after this, I will pick out a different level, and we'll switch to that. And we'll get in a bunch of Prexton. Then, now's the time, Rock Party, if you want to get back in queue. Anyone else, get back in queue. And disrupt this perfectly fine plan. Let's go, let's go. Have a slow night, I guess. I don't know. I guess it is the weekend before Thanksgiving. Maybe some people are traveling and all that. Maybe now is the time where people are starting to book flights and get out of town. Again, you know, personally, I spend all the time at home, so I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. Except for things that are more far afield, you know, extended family. That's not holidays, though. Except for summer in general. People are getting into the queue. Excellent. Okay, we'll have more levels from 06i and Rock Party. Absolutely taking the opportunity. Full advantage of the opportunity here. Let's pay attention and make this last try worth it! What are you liking for stream title so far? A VOD title so far? I kind of like all the shit I've been saying about being a distinguished gentleman, but, or being an uncle. You know, one or the other, either whichever one is sounds better in a thumbnail on the VOD on YouTube. But I do like a game worth paying attention to. That's not bad. That said, you don't have to. You can just listen to me talk and talk about being an uncle and all that. That's fine too. And occasionally I'll just go like, ah! And you can go like, ooh, ha, something funny happened. Look back, look back. Thank you, Prexton. Let me go ahead and dismiss. Feel free to get back in there if you so please. I'd appreciate it, in fact. Keep it going. Keep it going. We got more cards. We got more cards. 06i just put this one in like literally less than a minute ago. Hey, Prexton. Very good. Very good. Bust another card. I was wondering when we were going to get to this one. Follow up on who Donald Trump blew. Maybe not Clinton? Last week, there was hot news in the news. Basically, the Epstein files were like partially leaked, and some of those files said that there was a photo of Donald J. Trump. Is he J. Trump? Donald Trump blowing Bubba. At the time, I just reported it as Bill Clinton, and apparently this is because Bill Clinton, he has a nickname of Bubba. Bubba is a nickname of Bill Clinton, so that's a lot of it has been going around as Donald Trump blew Bill Clinton. However, there has been some pushback. There has been some people in the media saying, like, hang on, Bubba is not Bill Clinton. Bubba could be someone else. And, in fact, like, the chief pervert's brother, not Trump's brother, Epstein's brother, Michael or Mark, the other Epstein brother, basically said like, hang on, no, Bubba isn't Clinton. It's a different Bubba that Donald Trump blew and sucked off and, you know, did sexual favors upon. We don't know who it is, but there is one compelling theory. Apparently, and this is true, you know Maxine Gladwell or whatever her name is, the other pervert sex offender who went to jail on account of doing a bunch of Epstein stuff at Epstein Island? Apparently, she owns a horse named Bubba. Bubba could be a horse. It could be that Donald Trump sucked off a horse. That is a possibility. It's either Clinton or a horse, or a third party that is also named Bubba. So, there you go. There's the follow-up there. I think we have done due diligence there. I have explained the, the leaps in logic we made last time. Perhaps we reported a little bit too early, but now we have corrected the record, and you are welcome, Donald Trump. Now, corrections have been made. Maybe you didn't blow Clinton. You blew someone. Maybe it was a horse. Maybe it was just like a normal dude named Bubba, who was not necessarily a president nor a horse. But I think that remains to be seen. That is something we still don't know 100%. Should we get through the political stuff real fast? There's just a little bit more of it. Honestly, there's just one other thing I wanted to touch on, which is that, did y'all see that the Trump and Mamdani meeting happened today, apparently? I heard that this was going to happen, like, yesterday, and considering all the game that's been talked between the two of them, you know, all the, like, oh, this is the worst thing, I'm gonna, like, do a bunch of bullshit. You know, Trump was talking a bunch of games, saying things like, oh, I'm gonna deport him, I'm gonna, like, make sure he can't sit down. Oh, there's a replace code? 1 second. Okay, I got you. I didn't see that. One second. I will hide the bar because this will not match, and I will grab this one from the chat. I'll say the surprise there is that apparently fucking Mamdani, I'm getting that wrong a lot of the time. Apparently that's pretty common. I'm not trying to be problematic here. It's just a very hard. I just, my instincts tell me the name will go the other way. Mamdani apparently charmed the hell out of Trump. Trump was saying the other day, like, oh, when he, at the meeting, he was saying, like, oh, I actually really like him now. He seems like a really good guy. He seems like a go-getter. Yeah, I think he's gonna do it. I would live in New York if he was the mayor, which just, like, comes out of left field, and I'm just kind of in shock right now, considering, like, weren't these two, like, just basically at the point of, like, Donald Trump saying he'll deport a motherfucker? Deploy Mamdani? And apparently just, like, it is the thing that people have said for years, which is that, look, you put Donald Trump in the room of a charismatic person, by the end of the meeting, Donald Trump will be agreeing with him 100%. And it is very fun that, like, that is even true of an outright, like, you know, obviously he's a democratic socialist, you know, he's not, like, the most left-wing dude you could ask for. His programs are pretty moderate, pretty modest, honestly. In any other country, they would be decidedly modest, honestly. But to think that, like, we can put, like, as left-wing a politician as you can ask for in the same room, and he's just buddy-buddy by the end of it, it's like, wow, that's amazing. He'll probably forget and start cursing Mamdani out, like, you know, within a week or two, but man, if this holds, that's remarkable. And it's also remarkable that, like, Mamdani was endorsed by Donald Trump, basically, before his fucking party members, before the people who actually are on his team. That's, the Democrats for you. They hate competition more than they hate, Donald Trump. And Donald Trump just, is very easily, I don't want to say glazed, I feel like he's just very easily convinced that someone is smart, knows what they're doing, and just charismatic, popular, like, he got some sort of instinct of just like, oh, I should be on this, this guy is popular. I should take advantage of that. I should have some of that. It's just funny since they're just basically enemies, but maybe not so much anymore. I hope this helps him pursue his policy and just know, like, apparently, you know, Donald Trump is just out there saying, like, you know what, sure, I'll support everything he's doing. Yeah, do your buses and shit. Whatever. I'm not going to, they're not going to rescind all the money and stuff. Maybe part of that, you know, cynically, right? Maybe it could be a thing where, by not pulling back on Mondami, maybe some of the tax changes that he's proposed won't go into effect, and maybe then, like, the rich people on, in New York can be happier. You know, maybe he's just thinking like, oh, I own, does Donald Trump still own, like, the Trump building and all that? Does he own it, or does he license his name and he actually doesn't own shit? I forget how that works, but it's something stupid. Maybe there's some self-interest at play. What the hell is up with being down here? Am I supposed to guide this and make it blow up? I think I might need to guide it and make it blow up. This is a little bit, diddly. Let's go this way. I can go multiple ways here. And, I don't like this way very much, actually. This way seems like there's a permanent piranha plant presence. That's a hell of a phrase. Permanent piranha plant presence. Quite a mouthful, you know? I think I go up here. That might be the place to go, actually. I was thinking just, ooh, coin, dead end, haha. But, that door that opened up might be the door. I just gotta not get killed. That's always important in any level of Mario Maker. Just about any level of Mario. There are some levels where you need to get killed, for what it's worth. Where you need to, like, respawn at a checkpoint or something. But, in most levels of Mario Maker, you want to not get killed. That is, like, the main goal, as it were. Wait, that can't be right. Okay, just gotta get this up. What? Oh, I know, hang on. Gotta, like, toss this up here. And then I can I can walk back. Great! Great! It's kind of a hard thing to get down into. There we go. Things are looking good. Now, what the hell? How the fuck? The shit? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, don't let the piranha plant spawn until I'm here. Can this... No, this does not block the permanent piranha plant presence. I need to just... No, this is wrong. This is wrong. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. These piranha plants aren't gonna go away. And by jumping, the one below me appeared. Damn! We're making progress here. If I had the fire flower at that point, if I hadn't lost the fire flower, I would have been able to carve a hole. So, I think we know what we gotta do. Maybe the answer is go somewhere else. Too late! Oh, if I can get another fire flower if I need it. Okay. Worth noting that, like... I can get another fire flower as needed. So, next time we'll know not to be too hasty. We will turn around and we will make it happen. I think we're almost out of cards tonight, by the way. I think we've almost run through the cards I prepared. Trying to think if I made... I might have made a couple more. I might have made a couple more that I'm not fully remembering right now. But I think we got like 3, 4 left, maybe. Tops. So, I'll say Q will close soonish. Oh god, I'm stuck here. Oh god, the spring is blocking me from going back. I have to move forward. I have to get into this door without getting hit. I have to hope that this is a good place to be. Well, this is nothing. If I had a POW, I'd be able to get into this pipe. Maybe a spring would do in a pinch, I'm not sure. Probably not. But I'm pretty sure I'm just screwed. I have to exit, and this is the start of the level. Great. Oh, this is worse. This is where I was earlier, where I couldn't get back up easily. I need a fire flower to really access this, this zone. I can maybe get this guy, this Bullet Bill, to come this way. And, okay, it's not seeking anymore. I can maybe bounce off a Bullet Bill. This is my one chance to save this life, save this thing, etc. I gotta get this Bullet Bill, and it has to be going high enough when it freezes to, bounce off of. Here we go. I shouldn't. Premature hand. Premature celebration here. I've not done anything yet. I've just survived. There's no celebration for mere survival. Just gotta do more than that. This run is going so well. I'm gonna tempt fate by doing another card. As we're like continuing to puzzle things out, etc., etc. It's okay, can get another one. Here's the next card. Been watching House MD Season 4. Okay, yeah, I think this is the second to last card. We'll hold off on the last one until, close the queue after this level. Last call is coming. Okay. I finished Season 4 of House MD last night. I really liked this season a lot. I think this was the best season of House so far. By, like, far. I really enjoyed, like, the whole element of the cast being mixed up in such a bonkers way. Like, oh my god. When coming out of Season 3, I kind of expected them to, like, you know, retcon it a little bit or just go back on their word, be like, you know, oh, everyone quit. I expected them to totally be like, ha, ha, ha. No, never mind, never mind. No one quit, no one quit. Everyone still works here. But instead, like, you know, well, say, I think all the characters are still characters. -1. But, like, they did really replace all of House's team. And they spent a whole season doing so, and I really loved that whole arc of just, like, all the 30 candidates coming in, doing, like, basically reality show bullshit to decide who House's new, Yeah, no, this doesn't work. This, you can't do it this way. Just don't do it. I really enjoyed seeing all of House's, like, malarkey there. Okay, what's this? What does this do? Is this a fire flyer? Okay, so this is another way to get... Oh my god! You could just jump! There was a hidden block! There was a hidden block this whole time! You didn't need a spring or a bullet bill! You could just fucking jump normal! It's fine! It's not hard! We made it way harder than it needed to be. Shit. Also, is there even a benefit to, like, lugging the spring with me? Oh no, but I'm gonna do it, and I hope I don't regret words and deeds here. I might regret a word or deed. I can't, I just, like, not slide, but, like, slowly walk over to it. Yes! Okay, that worked! Beautiful. Also, I can just go this way with the fire flower. I don't need to go the way that I did. Oh, also, this will probably give me a POW that I can use for the, It'll probably give me a POW. I thought it was a great season of, House. I did find when the reality show malarkey cooled off, though, it's a little bit like, oh, okay. You know, I really loved the reality show malarkey. Really loved all that, but just normal doctor stuff after that all ended. A little bit of a letdown, you know, a little bit of a come down, a little bit of just like, oh, okay. We're just doing normal doctor stuff now. The new team is the new team. That's all that there is. You know, I was honestly pretty happy with all the decisions except for one where one of the girls who I was hoping would make it. You probably know the one I'm talking about because she was a big part of the finale of the season. The one that House calls Cutthroat Bitch. Cutthroat Bitch was definitely my favorite of them. She was just an amazing character. Just like the epitome of like House, but as morally bankrupt as House, but a woman, was very fun to me. I really super enjoyed that. And I can't believe what happened at the end of the season. That's a shock. I was honestly blown away that unfolded the way that it did. Like shit. I think the other two winners, the other two dudes that won, are pretty good. Those would be the ones that I would have picked. Yeah, definitely have like. Those two, I feel like, I'm kind of surprised at one of them, but the other one, as soon as he did the thing that he did, he was sort of the front runner. I feel like, since he, most minor spoilers, I'm talking about the Indian dude, who, you know, just sort of did like a Costanza and pretended that like, oh, you're fired? No, I'm not. I'm the other guy. I'm number 9, not number 6. Haha. Like, that was bold, and also then he followed it up just immediately with, like, by saying a smart thing. You know, he said a really smart thing, and then, you know, from then on, he was on the team. You know, that's great. That's cool. That was our last life, and also, even if it wasn't, a timeout counts for, multiple of them. So even if the clear rate here was below 1%, which it's 3%, so 5 was correct, we'd be moving on. Thank you, 06I. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, and we'll go ahead and hit lost, and let me make the bar full again. And put Rock Party into the confirmation seat. You can confirm at any time, Rock Party, it's cool, but I think before we do that, folks, it is time now for Last Call for Levels. During Last Call for Levels, I will give you all some time to submit any last levels you have to give me. In the meantime, Rock Party is here. Excellent. So when we get through with this, we will have as many heads as we need. Well, we'll have 7, you know, refreshing and all that. During Last Call, I will show off some of my own levels. What the hell is the most Thanksgiving-ass level that I can think of? Well, it'd be an autumnal level. And also, Thanksgiving is next week. It's only the start of Thanksgiving week. What should be the theme tonight? What the hell should I... What's a level that we haven't seen in a minute? let me think for a second. Uncle, distinguished gentleman. Older? I could do a theme that I've done before. That would be possible. What do we got? What was the last level? The last level was a puzzle level based around progression. Well, that would imply Beneath the Highway. Beneath the Runway. We've seen that one too recently. Let's go with Monty Moles? Let's go with Monty Moles and see a couple of Monty Mole levels. Just a couple. We don't have to go and see every single Monty Mole level, but let's try to see a couple that manipulate their interesting properties. Their speed, their popping from the ground, and their tracking you. This one, which is called Mint Chocolate Mountain, sort of focuses on the tracking you part. I sort of was inspired by the clasps of the second clasp level of DKC3 within the canyon, and built a level where, you know, you might have to, here's a secret thing, by the way, you might have to lure some guys back and forth to get them to miss you. Hey, Prexton, how you doing? Now's the time, by the way, everyone to get in, including on the YouTube side, including etc, etc. There's also these springs that let you throw the Goombas and have them come back to you. I just thought that was fun. I just thought that was a fun way to do it. Also, it sort of gives them, these moles, a little bit of spring back to center, which makes them better at tracking you and more dangerous when you're, like, jumping past them. Again, like, pretty clear, direct inspiration here. The Canyon Clasp level from DKC3. I forget the name, but has a lot of cases like this when you're just, like, going through layers of claps, and in this case, it's layers of, Monty Mole instead. And then there's a little bit of a chase, which, you know, you can very easily defang, but, you know, then you're not going to be able to get the 30 if you don't run and get under the pipe before the ghost appears. Really like that level. That's a real good one. And, you know, was one of my first 10 in Mario Maker 2. Real good shit. I feel like with my Mario making, I tend to, like, want to make my takes on various, you know, levels of DKC. And I feel like at this point, I've kind of done it all. I've done all the ones I could think of. Here's a good one that has some moles in it. Zero G Refinery. This might be one of my best levels, and if you look at the parts there, you can see 1,300 of them. This might be one of my best levels. This is a low gravity level, which is very, like, you know, exquisitely themed to be like an industrial plant of some sort, full of pipes, gooping, rainbow toxic waste, and also, like, smoke clouds that are billowing from, smokestacks. And also there's some indoor parts that are pipey. When I was doing a whole, I decided early in my making to do, like, a whole series of, night levels using these hard-to-use night themes for the first time. And I modeled all of them off of, like, I used, like, the DKC equivalent of them for like, inspiration. You know, I made the low G level a pipey industrial place, like low G, Labyrinth. This is Zero G Refinery again, so you can see, like, the direct inspiration there. There was a factory, there was a Black Basement style factory level, Power Out Bout, a foresty wind level called Blustery Backwoods, sort of a gusty glade type situation. This whole series took direct inspiration from some, you know, of the... You know, I wanted to capture it. Also, you can... This whole part of the stream is supposed to be about the moles. The moles were chosen, by the way, if you're wondering, because they're so fast, they kind of make up for the low gravity effect. They kind of go a little faster than a mole would, and actually, you know, or a Goomba would. Also, a Goomba wouldn't walk at all, so that's, you know, you can't use them as grounded enemies in this archetype, in this night mode. It's a good level. Check it out. Check out all my levels, honestly. There's Burberry Bounty, Power Up Bout, like I said. Whole series of night levels. That's probably one of the most satisfying times of my, like, creating. Just, like, cracking the nut as far as wind, as far as 0G, as far as, you know, Power Out in a Blackout Basement style level, Ice level. These two in particular, I'm super proud of. 0G Refinery did quite well. Fair and Floodway is also an excellent one. Let's find some more moles. That might be it. As far as, like, the pre-Super World goes, but I think in this case... Okay, Capstone Cyclone is a good example of moles. Let's do that one. Yes. And I think there's, like, one more that I want to highlight from World 2. And honestly, I feel like I need a good reason if I'm the show anymore. I feel like we've gotten our fill of moles. I feel like it's almost time to just close the queue and do the 3 levels in it. In this case, the moles, again, it's you know, a wind level where the wind slows guys down. It again makes use of the tracking. Because they're tracking you, they walk into the whirlwinds and end up being like, you know, sort of following you around the whole segment. And jumping up to the platforms you're on. And I just think that that's very interesting, especially in the cases where later in the level you are asked to, like, you know, or rather there are coins that tempt you to double back a little bit and do some extra stuff. Also, speaking of doubling back, once you get the cape and the key, you double back, go back to the start, and, you know, repeat the process. With this level, the idea was just to, like, okay, take advantage of the fact that you're slower going one way, faster going the other way, by making an out and back where the back is super fast. See here, there's a 30. You get the 30, and that gives the moles time to, like, get into position and do a bunch of junk. They're a real threat here. I think that's great. This is one of the earlier levels of my Super World, so it's designed not to be too challenging. As a result, it doesn't actually have any pits. You can kind of see it's all spikes all the way down. You know, there's no way to die in one hit on this, which was sort of the way I decided to approach the difficulty with World 1. Just more spikes than pits, and then, you know, otherwise make it a pretty traditional, balanced level, you know? It's not that much easier than any other level. It's just a tiny bit more forgiving. It still has a lot going on as far as enemies, etc. Platforms, platforming, etc., etc. There's a property of the moles that we have not actually seen yet, and that property will be thoroughly explored in Wind Up Woods 2. Hello, Tommy. You came at just the right time. Get the level in there. Excellent. We're calling for last call for levels right now, so it is the last chance to get levels in. I feel like this level right here is probably the best example of just moles coming out of the ground in my Super World, where there's a bunch of... The gimmick of this level is that you can stand on these boneheads. This is Bonehead Bramble. You stand on these boneheads and they launch you out of the off the water real nice and fast. And yeah, there's also some moles in the water, why not? But mostly they're jumping out of the water and getting up to some business. Here's a great case where to get the 10 coin, you sort of have to hang around where the guys coming out of the water are, which is a little chaotic in a fun way. In World 2, still, a lot of the pits are spikes, but things do ramp up a little bit. They are a little bit more in your face, the spikes. They're a little bit more aggressive. And also you get cases like this where if you stand on the boneheads in the wrong place, they'll just launch you into the spikes. Also, there are some pits now versus World 1. I also like this property of the moles, the fact that they like bunch up. That's interesting. You know what? I'm gonna I feel like moles are just one of the more useful enemies. I probably use them a bunch, honestly. They're just like a great default enemy. In fact, there's one case that I'm just remembering definitely does technically use moles. It might be a better example, honestly, than the next level. There is one other case where you can use moles, and I'll use Grand Gully 2 as an example of that, actually. Which is that moles are a great no-nonsense enemy. Insofar as, like, you put them on a rail, they are a great, just regular enemy that you jump off of. Here, I've sort of made the moles into a recoil-type proxy. A jumping enemy, jumping in place type situation, which is fun. This was the first level I made for my super world, actually. I was also looking at, and I do think it's one of the best ones in there, for what it's worth. This idea is really good, it's really well put together, and the springs make it so that there's a little bit more give because the thwomp is a little bit delayed from breaking up certain platforms before you have a chance perhaps to do your stuff on it, you know? But anyway, yeah. Moles are one of the best, like, just slap it on a rail type enemies. Goombas can be up there, but not in the world theme. In the world theme, they are trickier to work with, as a result of their, like, you know, ability to become a projectile. Unless they're, like, embedded into the ground a little bit, in which case they will die immediately after they leave the rail, which is a trick worth knowing about, I will say. But moles are, in the world theme, one of the best ones you can use. You can also use fish. Is there anything else that really works that way? Just a simple, no-frills enemy you can jump on in the world theme. That, fish bloopers, I guess, technically. There might be a few more whose main, point of differentiation is, like, how they move. This is a great little last sequence. Not really that hard, but again, this is the second level of the super world, so it's I was aiming for something like Ropey Rampage in difficulty, which is to say, kind of low-key a real difficulty spike, but not bad, honestly. Trying to think of other enemies that you know, work on rails like that. There's a bunch. The bombs, if, like, there's a pit into which they can drop, the bombs can be not bad as one of those, I guess. There's one more mole-type level. Honestly, don't even know if any of these other levels really have that much in the way of moles. I feel like moles, Monty Moles, kind of fell by the wayside in the back half, now that I'm, like, scrolling and looking and thinking. Did I use moles? Did I use moles? Like, I think we actually have seen most of the mole levels, actually. And there's just really one more, and I don't even have to show you all the level because it's only really one boss that, has the mole gimmick. You gotta try your super world. I recommend it. It's really fucking good. I stand by it. Well, this is a boss level that has, like, 3 mini-bosses, and only the one on the left has the moles. So we'll show you this one, and we'll leave the rest for later. Basically, in this one, I used low gravity again, which the moles are slightly faster than normal, but I also used their bunching up, which, as they're coming out of the pipe, they become like a chaotic mess, and just start coming your way slowly. and being a problem as you're trying to hit the block over and over again. It's a good gimmick, it's a good mechanic, and it is one of 3 bosses that you will encounter in this level, which is the finale of World 4. Sort of the midway, oh crap, one more. There's a mole. Let's do this one. This is a good one, too. We'll do one more. Again, with the using moles in a slow motion level, where all the enemies are affected by the low gravity. Again, also this is sort of like a best of all cases. Their bunching is taken advantage of. Their, like, ability to come out of the ground is taken advantage of. Their, slow motion and low gravity is taken advantage of. Just the complete package here. This level is also just one of my favorites overall. Like, I really love, objectively, there's kind of no other level like it, insofar as, like, the overworld is kind of slow-paced, kind of, makes you jump off cannonballs to proceed in a way that ends up being somewhat, purposeful. Whereas the subworld makes you run, or else you will get, icicled. Which I like the contrast of pacing there, I think is just really interesting to me as a maker. Maybe, I don't know if it, like, is the most interesting for players, but I think there's really something to this, like, playing with contrasts a little bit, rather than just, like, taking a bunch of elements and over the course of the level mixing them together more and more. Like, at no point do all the ideas get used in one segment in this one. The 2 halves stay pretty different, pretty, distinct, and all that, while using the same enemies and a lot of the same basic ideas here. Very good. Okay, that's enough. That's enough moles. I think we got, I think we saw all the moles. That might be most of the moles. I don't know how many other moles. I feel like moles are just one of the most effective enemy types you can use. And, you know, provided that you're ready for them to run after guys to, like, pop out of the ground, they are really fun and well designed. One of the best enemies in the game, I would say. Would you all say that? I would say that. And I did say that. That's gonna do it for last call. Let's go ahead and close the queue and get last call out of there. Rock Party already confirmed during last call and all. So let's go ahead and wrap this up. I'm pretty sure this is the same as always. And as such, we will have the bonus heads. Let me go ahead and do that. We got Princess Peach. Let's go, let's do it. Kisses and Honey. 7 tries. It's a hard level. We are making progress, but I do think we need to make up some time. We need to do the second half faster. I think that's the problem that we're encountering right now, is that we're not doing the second half as fast as we can do. As fast as we need to do. Once we do the second half faster, we already fucked up. Shit. Shit. I was about to say, like, actually, the flight going fast, that's like half the battle. That's like a quarter of the battle. But, you do have to make every jump correct after that, or else you're boned. And also, you can't die anywhere earlier in the level. Hey, Rock Party. It's chill, it's cool. I counted you since you, confirmed before last call. Last call is always, you know, people can confirm before that if their level is up. Yes! 3 lives, let's go, let's do it, we got it. This is the run, this is it. I wonder if you maybe would need to pull back here. Like, the arrow is kind of pointed the other way. Shit. The arrow is kind of pointed the other way. Makes me wonder if I hold the other way, will I actually do better? It's worth testing that theory, but not right now when we have one life. It's gonna be a bit until the next viewer level stream. Since Black Friday, I'll be doing Extra Life. Tune in for that, for a whole Extra Life proceeding. Dang it. Dang it all. I should have at least held it normally. I think maybe if you're tilted the other way, you'll probably get hit on the spikes, and then you'll die. But maybe you can swoop a little bit and save a little bit of time and go sideways faster up until that point. Remind me in 2 weeks. Maybe look at the arrows in Hisses and Honey. Okay, we'll have a reminder for 2 weeks from now, which will be the next viewer level stream. Again, Extra Life next Friday. Look forward to that. 12-hour stream. Bunch of ukulele. I hope it's better than it was the first time it came out. Bunch of ukulele. There's the promo card for that again, by the way. Look at all those. Look at that nice plans. Look at those nice incentives. Would y'all like to let me play a nice game for $20? Would y'all like to make me play a worse game for $50? Whatever amount you're willing to give, I'll be willing to do a thing. I can also just change shirts for 5 to 10. You know, it'll be a whole thing. I think that's a decent, I think that's a fun, cheap incentive, I think. We'll see how that goes, if that's cool. I have so many shirts, it kind of makes sense to I can do it, you know. I don't get rid of them that often. They just pile up year in, year out. Let me go ahead and dismiss and bring up the next level. Next level, I believe, comes from Prexton. Prexton, what's up? Prexton was just chatting before we closed the queue, which was basically just a minute ago. Hell yeah, Prexton. I'll say, let me do my last card here. I'm still watching other shows, of course. Pluribus, Chair Company, and lots of anime. Lots of anime. We could talk about anime if we like. There's not that much time in the stream. I'll just say the third episode of Pluribus? I think the third episode of Pluribus was last week. I understand there's the fourth episode now. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow, maybe, assuming that, you know, I'm gonna go hang out with family, and assuming that nephew goes to bed and we can watch the Pluribus. But that show's real good. Looking forward to seeing the next one. I'm maybe bad at understanding subtext when at the minor spoilers. At the end of episode 2, a thing happened. And I thought after that it'd be like, okay, she's gonna go with them, and they're gonna be hanging out and be like a last man on earth situation with all the survivors or whatever hanging out. But instead, she just wanted her pirate back, I guess. I hope that is nonsensical enough that people don't know what I'm talking about if they haven't seen the show or aren't caught up yet. She just wanted a pirate back. It makes sense in context. And actually, it makes too much sense in context. You'll probably understand. Shit, I've said too much. I've said too much. Anyway, it's a good show. I still don't know where it's going, but like, it has like a couple cool moments, a couple wild-ass moments where you consider like what civilization looks like without civilization, post-civilization, you know, in the world of Pluribus, and go like, what the hell? Chair Company is also wacky and good. caught up with that earlier last weekend. I think I might need to catch up on the latest episode now, but it keeps on going fucking places, and I'm really enjoying it. And as far as anime goes, like, yeah, no, definitely always watching tons of that. We don't have to talk about it, though. You can pick any or try the Kaizo again. Absolutely. What about dehydrating? This is a fun and short platforming level. Let's go with this one. This one sounds fun. This one looks really well themed. Your last one. Were we on the verge of doing it? We might have, honestly, might have been not half bad. We might have been like, it might have been totally possible, but I feel like a win right now after, playing, you know, the last one. After some hisses and honey, you know? And this one seems like a plenty good... This one seems like a plenty good time. A plenty easy good time. You have to get some jumps down and be a little bit exacting. But it's pretty intuitive. And, yeah! Look at us, we're jumping off stuff. We're bouncing and shit. Woo, there's the GG, there's the end, hell yeah. Very good. Yeah, that was a nice one. And considering the clear rate was 6%, one death really isn't bad. It's above average, in fact, if you think about it. I'm pretty good at the video game, despite how sometimes I can't finish certain levels. Most people can't finish some levels. It's a common problem. You know, maybe it's like... I do wonder, like, as I become more distinguished and more old and stuff, are my hands going to become, like, less suitable for playing the video games? I'll get robot hands before that's a problem, I think, right? Like, they'll definitely have, like, pretty good robot hands in 20, 30 years, right? Right? Probably when you're, like, 60, you're still good, right, as far as hands go? It's like 70s and on, you have to really worry. I got another 30 years before I have to worry about robot hands. Don't y'all worry. I hope y'all will still be there in 30 years. I wonder if YouTube will still be around. I wonder if Twitch will still be around in 30 years. Geez, those are some, who fucking knows type questions. You know, Amazon being... Well, Amazon's not Google. They don't usually close shit down. They don't usually go like, oh, never mind. We didn't mean to do that. Even in services where they literally send you emails every month going like, hey, did you know you have a music service through like your Amazon Prime? You're not using it. You know this, right? Please tell me you know this. You know this, right? There's a music service attached to Amazon. There's a music service attached to Amazon. They will yell that for all time before they close down that music service. And I think Twitch is also safe in the same respect, even if they're a little bit bummed that it turns out that they can't make it into a store, into a Steam competitor, which apparently was their plan. That came out relatively recently, a couple weeks ago. That's silly, but it's probably fine, and they can just continue making, like, steady money with it, even if it's not, like, breaking the bank or becoming a YouTube beater. I wonder if there'll be viable competitors to Twitch in 20 years, like Kick or something. Do people like Kick? Should I simul-stream to Kick? Would it be worth any of my time to figure out how that works? To get a plugin to get it done? I would have to have a third... You know what the problem is? The problem is that the chat bot... I don't know if viewer level supports Kick. Remind me in 2 days. Google, does viewer level support... Does Warp World support Kick? Question mark. I guess in my case, you know, what things I can play will be based around, like, 06 Eyes here, by the way, will be based around just strictly what I can do the viewer levels on. Assuming viewer levels is still my bread and butter in 40 years. Which it could be, you know, who knows. Maybe we'll be on Mario Maker 5 by then. But they've been doing them at about the rate of every 5 years, I'd say. So in 30 years, we should be on Mario Maker 8. Is that right? More or less, right? 30 but divided by 5 is, maybe even more like 6 years. More like 6 years. In the case of 6 years, be another 5, so they'd be on Mario Maker 7 by that point. I feel like by the time you're getting to Mario Maker 7, and maybe even by then, like, the console business will have changed dramatically. I feel like by that point, you just stay like, okay, it's now a permanent state of Mario Maker. You know, you just say like, a permanent state of Mario Maker. That's right. You get into a permanent state of Mario Maker where just like, it's one game. They're making updates to it occasionally every few years, but they're not necessarily like coming back for like, oh, it's number 8, number 7, number 6. You know, at a certain point that becomes silly. You know, God forbid we're already there. God forbid, like, they just come out and say like, hey, we're doing like a Switch 2 update for Mario Maker, and that's all you're getting this generation. I hope that's not what happens, because I'm not sure that would give the boost that, like, we need. I say we need. We need as a community to support, like... I don't think Mario Maker's quite there for getting to a permanent state of Mario Maker. Like, if Mario Maker 2 was forever, I don't know if Mario Maker 2 would be forever. You know? Maybe another 10, 20 years, but, like... How many games from 20 years ago are still kicking as far as, like, being a live game that people are actively supporting that hasn't been shut down yet? We are a long way from a permanent state of Mario Maker. And I think we all hope for Minecraft. Yeah, there's definitely a permanent state of Minecraft. That is definitely a thing. By the way, as I say, permanent state of Mario Maker, I feel like I hear a VOD title in the making. Fuck all the Distinguished Gentleman stuff. That's not bad. I can talk about being old anytime. I guess this is tangential to being old and getting old. Flying Waluigi, you already had a level in there. The queue is closed now. We did play your level earlier. I believe... Did we die on Flying Waluigi's level? I think we did. I think the 2 tries were insufficient. And we did not go the distance. Come back in 2 weeks' time for the next viewer level stream. Again, we'll note Extra Life next week. Exciting. Very good. If y'all want to give any amount, is appreciated for that. You know, next week. For the, you know, for those who don't know Extra Life, it is the donation thing that streamers do once a year, typically. Did I do some other sort of, donation thing other than Extra Life sometime? Maybe I should. Maybe that's an idea for next year. Like something other than Extra Life. It's on Friday. Black Friday. Black Friday, all day, 12 hours. It'll be ukulele with a possibility for, let me show the other games that are available. You can give me money to make me play Banjo-Kazooie, better game, or Sonic 06, worse game. And also for a less dramatic amount, you can make me switch shirts, which I'm hoping will be a fun, you know, small dollar donation incentive. You know, not really that serious, kind of a fun thing, just for a $5, you know? And I'm gonna have like 50 shirts next to me to enable that bullshit. I'm gonna have like a whole pile of shirts, and hopefully they all fit on my couch. I will have a laundry basket to my right, and I'll go to a break and switch shirts, and, you know, be in the other shirt for until someone else donates a 5. There will be no option to choose the shirt. That'd be too much of a distraction. And also, like, there's just gonna be a massive pile. I'm gonna grab the top one, basically. And hopefully each break can be like, you know, 20 seconds tops while I'm changing. You don't want to see my, you know, unclothed chest, I don't think. You don't want to just skip to after I got my shirt back on, you know. Y'all have, like, the hairy chest situation? I don't got that. I don't got any hair on my, chest. God, there was some show recently where, like, a girl character was talking to one of the, like, a boy character, and, he had his shirt off for reasons, and she was like, did you shave your chest? And he was like, no, I didn't. It's just like that, you know? I forget what fucking show that was, but it was definitely... Was that House? That might have been House. That might have been House I'm thinking of. I have been watching a bunch of House. That is, like, the main live-action show I've been watching recently. Got a little bit of hair, you know, around, like, a couple spots, you know. The key spots for that sort of thing, but not anything to write home about. That's like a... I mean, I know it's like a genetic thing, but, I don't really know what ethnicities are hairier than others. This is a weird topic. How did we get here? I don't know. T-shirts. The, t-shirts, I guess. We're running a little short. I'm a little worried, considering time is growing short. We have, like, 3 coins left, and I don't think we've seen the exits. We haven't seen where you actually turn in these coins. I'll say the way that the lightning round works is if we run out of time, it counts 1 life per 100 seconds. You have seen the exits? I have no memory of that. Uh-oh. This might be the right direction, though. Maybe I shouldn't have been talking about chest hair during this whole span. Maybe I should have been paying attention to where I'm going and things of that nature. How many things have we locked in? I mean, I will say in a level like this, it's a good idea generally to lock in as much progress as you can and, like, die so you can, you know, reset the timer and all that. What about right? What about left from here? I have no mental map of, like, where I'm going, where I've been, etc. I am hopelessly lost. This is definitely a door I've been in before. That's not good. It's not so advanced to have a checkpoint system? Oh, okay. We haven't, like, passed by one or anything. We're boned. I'm definitely feeling a sense of impending dread. This might be somewhere new. This looks new-ish. I don't think I've been here before. Yeah, it's new, it's new! New confirmed. That doesn't help me finish the level. Well, it does, but it doesn't. Because we got 40 seconds to find 2 coins, and also the ending door. 35 seconds. This could be the right way. This looks new. I think there is... Wait, what the hell? A key door? With one of the... Okay, boss for one of the... This isn't... This guy... No, we're boned. We got 8 seconds. And then we died. That's gotta count. Technically, we didn't... Well, hang on. We did get a checkpoint midway. There is a checkpoint, and that saved like half of our dudes. Let me just see if I can get to that boss again and take him on. Let's just have a rematch on that boss, and then we'll call it. Technically, I should have taken a death at the save point so that we would have as much time as possible. But this is fine too. You know, that would have been the fair thing. That would have been the balanced thing. And also, like, technically, we did die via, getting hit by an enemy, so technically you really shouldn't have counted that, but there were, like, 5 seconds left. I died because I got a little bit risky with it, because I had basically accepted a defeat. I'm going to just make the ruling right here, right now. That was a timeout death. There's no two ways about it. I mean, there's multiple ways about it, but it was a timeout. Let's be real. Also, actually, I think we actually might not be missing that much, right? Like, we might actually just have lost one that we don't know where to get. Not like one over here, right? No, there's... This is what leads to the boss. And when we were here last time, we had one more than we do now. But let's have this be the final of life. This level is huge. That's correct and true. And I do believe that 06i is cool with whatever sort of arrangement I make for this, considering, you know, considering. Avoid the fire. You know, sometimes during holidays, to go back to the what do you do during Thanksgiving thread, sometimes during holidays, I like to, sometimes during holidays, I rewatch anime. Like, I feel like the last couple times I've taken the time to rewatch anime, it's been during a holiday season. It's been during a time where I have all the time in the world to just, like, watch 10 episodes of something. And, like, the rest of the year, I've just not been finding that time anymore. Most recently, I've just been more... The shows that I have on my rewatch pile just stay unrewatched, you know what I mean? Like, in a state of incompletion, to the point where I think the last time I rewatched an episode of anime from an old season was, like, last December, you know? Which is kind of a bit of a... Not the best thing, you know? I probably should knock those out and get those out of my queue or whatever, but... On the other hand, it's fine. Whatever. I tend to watch more new stuff than old stuff, and isn't that really a better way to do it anyway? Hey, we got a checkpoint. I think by the rules, that has to refresh our doodads. Also, this is the last coin that we didn't get. So we just have to find one coin that we missed previously, and we'll have it. Compromise. Here's the compromise. I'm not going to refresh my lives. I'm not going to refresh my lives or anything. I'm just, or my time. I'm just gonna proceed forward on the time that I have now. Try to track down the last red coin, which is somewhere we've been before, but I don't know where. Also, like, once we do get the last coin, it will convert into a, thing, and we will have to, at left after dying, maybe? Okay. Yeah, this room we've already done. Been a while since I rewatched any anime. Wouldn't mind finishing the rewatches that I've been doing. Wouldn't mind going through something like Haikyuu or Food Wars again. Minus the last season of Haikyuu, which sucks and is bad. Or, sorry, of Food Wars, which sucks and is bad. Sorry. There's never been a bad season of, Haikyuu. Let me say, I mixed those two up when I was saying them. God, I might have given someone a heart attack there. Probably not. People understand that other people have different opinions, even if they're wrong. I think, like, right here, maybe? Maybe. Problem is, like, any of these areas could be it. Because, you know, whether or not I've been here this life, if I was here previously before the last death, it would have been, you know, in a state of incompleteness still. I could go... one thing I could really... There it is! We found it. Very good. One thing I could really go for... I could go for some My Hero Academia. Like, I could go for, like, the complete progression of that. Maybe I could just start putting that on in the background after I get through House, maybe. And if I could do... I'll say, like, I watched the dub of MHA because that's what I started with, because I started watching that. Where's the exits? Where's the ending here? By the way, what direction do I need to go to, left of the checkpoint. Okay. Noted. It's sort of grandfathered in. MHA is. I get to watch the dub of that. It's fine. We'll recollect it. I'm just gonna. Oh, it's a double checkpoint here. Okay. Wait, no! Because we got the last coin, and it turned into a key. One of the most unfortunate glitches of Mario Maker. I would say ill-considered things of Mario Maker occurred. The key forming means our keys, our coins, are back to being coins, which means that we're fucked, basically. We cannot just collect the last two coins. We are in a state where we have to collect all of them, which means that we've lost all of our progress, which means that it's over. That's, you know, that's a J. Walter Weatherman moment right there, you know. That's a, and that's why you don't put all your coins in the actual level. And that's why you use a coin at the door. Maybe there was a coin at the door and I collected it like an idiot. I don't know. Did I collect the coin at the door like an idiot earlier? I might have done. I might have done. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss. I realized that was a Silk Song themed level. Was that like structurally the same as Silk Song? I didn't realize. Maybe I could have called upon my memory of Silk Song to navigate through. Multiple Silk Song levels today. A lot of Silk Song in the Mario Maker scene recently, I would say. You feeling any inspiration from Windswept 06i? I know that you picked it up with one of the intents of, like, drawing from it in that way. Are there any levels in particular that you would point out as being, like, I'm curious, 06I, if there's any levels that catch your eye insofar as, like, Mario Maker design inspiration type things go. Tommy, you're up. Go ahead and confirm. Tommy was the last one to get a level in. So, Tommy, you should be here. Let me know. The first two worlds, yes, but the later ones, too dissimilar from Mario Maker to really apply. I gotcha. Yeah, that's true about that. After, like, World 3, it gets more Celeste-y than DKCE. Still, it's like it's like a DKC game through the lens of Celeste, through like the difficulty curve of Celeste, so it's still pretty Donkey Kong-like, but not in terms of like things you could take, unless you were looking to make like a precision level or like a high execution level. I'll say some of the secret levels in like some of the levels in like late game Windswept are basically Kaizo levels. Like, one level in particular, ooh. Like, the one before the brambles in the secret zone, I'll say. That one just really drove me mad. I'm so glad I was able to get through it before I had to switch to Mario Maker today. I don't see Tommy. I'm gonna put you in sudden death for now. Let's go ahead and, find a nice good one. For some reason, this desert is speaking to me. I like the look of this dusted desert. The clear rate is like 3%. That sounds pretty doable. I bet we can do this in 2 lives. This 3% level. We only have 2 lives on account of Tommy has it confirmed in chat. Let's do it. Here we go. Watch this be first try. What is it doing? Okay, I see what it's doing. Bouncing the shell to where I can use. Can't run off it once it starts going down. Okay, we got this. Second try is the charm. There might even be a checkpoint. Let's do it. Good thing this is the last level of the night. My voice is starting to feel a harsh. We jumped too short. That case, we needed to wait longer on the skull. Get that balancing act figured out. Well, we're out of tries, Tommy. Unless anyone wants to bust a Twitch sub, incentive, a instant refresh, or if Tommy wants to say hello, please play more levels on my level, more attempts on my level. Until such time, I think we're done for tonight. I think that's gonna do it. Well, folks, I'm gonna take a drink of water and see if Tommy confirms, but I think we're done. I think we're good. I think we're out of here. Feel like a little bit sniffly, you know. Feel like it's allergies or whatever, I don't know. Thank you, Tommy. I'm going to go ahead and hit dismiss, and we're going to go ahead and wrap things up for tonight. Get that out of there, and also get that out of there too, folks. Let me make myself big and pull up the old schedule. Folks, it has been a fun stream, a good old-fashioned viewer level stream. I had some good old-fashioned fun tonight. Lots of quality levels, interesting stuff. As per usual, there will not be any viewer levels next week. Next week, Thanksgiving week. Instead, the 2 streams next week will be WarioWare Touched in full on my AYN Thor. I'm gonna set it up with on the desk cam over there. I'm gonna set it up where I can you know, capture the screen with the camera and also capture myself as well at the same time. and I'm just gonna play through that whole game while trying to keep it like as much on screen as fucking possible. It turns out that's harder than it looks. I feel like no wonder a lot of like retro handheld people have their cameras so zoomed out. If you don't, you'll end up just like, ooh, it's off screen, oopsie daisy. You know, that'll be Tuesday. I'm looking forward to that. I feel like that's a great idea for a stream, and also it'll really put this retro handheld's bottom touchscreen through its goddamn paces. If there's any weirdness, if it doesn't feel right, we will know how well it feels by the end of WarioWare Twisted, which I feel confident that I can do in one session, because I'm pretty sure I literally did that as a kid, and I was kind of like, you know, when I first got it, I was kind of like put out by it, like, oh, you know, this is like the first DS game to be like really touchscreen oriented, and I beat it in like an afternoon and like a weekend. That's weird, but you know, you can always go for high scores and get all the mini games and stuff unlocked past me. We will not do that next. We will not do that part per se, but we will definitely play a whole fucking bunch, and I will use a stylus that should have arrived in the mail, the one that Retro Game Core recommends. We will try that stylus. We will try the stylus that I already have. We will try like just, you know, finger stuff. I'll try using my finger. There's no way to make that not euphemistic. Entendre. There's no way to avoid phrasing there. There is definitely a way. I will use the touchscreen with my finger by touching the touchscreen. Oopsie daisy. I launched Game Native on the bottom screen. That's fine. Don't worry about it. That's the next stream. After that will be Black Friday Extra Life. I'm going to do 12 hours of replayly and check if they fixed it. I ended up not going with the name Yuka Reevaluation. So we'll see about that. I could go for some Fortnite off stream this weekend, Rock Party. We'll see. Like probably not tomorrow, but maybe Sunday night. We'll see. Maybe get some other folks down for that. That'd be fun, I'll say. But like stream wise, Black Friday will be next week's Friday stream. As a result, no viewer levels, but I think it's gonna be a fun stream. We'll have a look at Yuka Replayly and see if they fixed it. And also, you can let me play a better game, you can let me play a worse game, and you can switch my t-shirts. I think that these two games will make for, I'm hoping that enough people donate for either one or the other. You know, I feel like $20 donations have come pretty frequently. That we'll see a little bit of both. And also, I'll say, as far as that goes, the first Banjo-Kazooie redemption will be for Spiral Mountain and Mumbo's Mountain. I will consider those to be one world. They are short enough where, you know, I think they're worth $20 as a pair, more than $20 on their own. It makes more sense in my head that way. Let's do that. I'm really looking forward to that whole situation. And I'm very curious, like, it's been a while since I played ukulele and really didn't like it. I had a bunch of very acute, very severe, very like detailed criticisms at the time, and if they're still there and there's still problems, I would love to enunciate all of them and really explain like what frustrations I had with the game. If they fix them, like, that's great, and I would like to applaud the game for that. If they haven't, I would like to give it shit, and if the improvements help in other ways, we'll try to have a fair, balanced approach there. I'll give it credit. But I do think ukulele is like a personal devil of mine, you know, in the same way that like Paper Mario Sticker Star is, but to a less severe degree. It is probably like one of the most disappointing games I've ever played in my life. Up there with, you know, Sticker Star, which is, I'll say, like a much more severe, much more abysmal game. But like, as a game that is like so personal and that I believed in, I feel like I always had to do a stream of it eventually, and I think this extra live stream is just the correct opportunity to do so. And committing to do a full 12 hours might be... We'll see. Got a whole bunch of stuff planned for December. Again, there's the image of that. Bunch of Metroid stuff at the start of the month. Game of the Year towards the middle. And then a couple more randomizers to end out the year. That all will be fun. Sundays, Tuesdays, and Fridays for the most part through the December time, I'm thinking, will be the way that we do it. I'm excited for all of that. Some big-ass streams coming, especially the ones on days where I have off. I have the last 2 weeks of December off. Those are going to go long. Those are going to be long-ass streams where I, play a bunch of... I mean, I'll say I don't know how long the randomizers are going to go. I'll also say I think I'm planning on doing the Paper Mario one at night. We'll see about when the Zelda one is, actually. I might have that be later at night as well, come to think of it. We'll see. I'm doing it on Sundays because I don't know how long some of those will go. But like that, bunch of stuff coming in the future. February will be randomizer month. We'll do some sort of playthrough in January, as well as viewer levels as per normal. And yeah, lots of stuff coming in the future. I will see y'all for any of the upcoming streams that I just mentioned. Let me send you somewhere. Man, I see Tolkoto doing Mitch Tolkoto, previously mentioned in the stream as far as his exploits, but I think someone as part of the Giant Bomb team is doing some Extra Life right now. So a relatively small viewer, or a relatively small streamer, who Team Kayla is doing some Hades too. That's tempting, but I'm gonna send you to a relatively small, smaller than me by an order of magnitude streamer who's doing their Extra Life right now. Wait, I thought I followed them. I don't see them online, actually. That's weird. What's up with that? I thought they were doing their Extra Life right now. Let me check on the Discord. Let me check real fast. Maybe they are doing it tomorrow? What happened there? Let me just check real fast on the Extra Life site. They appear to be... Well, it doesn't appear like they're online exactly. It looks like it says preparing your stream. What? Let me click on that real fast. I'm gonna see what's up with that. Anyway, suffice it to say, Extra Life for me is going to be next weekend. That's gonna be fun. Black Friday. WarioWare on Tuesday. I'm excited for that. And I'll also say, obviously, the last AYN Thor VOD did exceptionally well, so I'm thinking people might be into that. No, I see that he's online. I'm wondering why he didn't appear on my list. I got him. I got it. Something about Twitch is being weird. I guess what else is new? Twitch is sometimes weird. Let me send the raid then. Okay. It's weird. It doesn't show up in the list of, streamers I follow, which I could raid. Maybe I just follow too many folks. Okay, I'm gonna send you over to there. Looks like it's some sort of shooting game. Probably doing Call of Duty or something, or Battlefield or some such. Either way, that's interesting, considering we did talk about both of them earlier, right? Anyway, send you over there. Extra Life, adjective, noun, gaming. Extra Life, person doing Extra Life as part of the team I am on. I'm on Team Giant Bomb, by the way, for Extra Life. I'm doing it as part of Team Giant Bomb, which is a website that I really like, as I've said multiple times throughout my entire history of streaming and stuff. And a lot of the folk that I know come from that disposition, come from communities thereof, Giant Bomb. Anywho, thanks for joining, for hanging out. I'll see you on Tuesday for WarioWare Touched, on Friday, next Friday, for Extra Life, ukulele style, and maybe some banjo and Sonic 06, you know. And various times in the future for various future streams. all of which are pretty exciting, and I'm pretty excited to get into. Oh, there's like Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and 2 also next month. I didn't mention those when I was going over this. It doesn't matter. I'll see you for all of those streams in the future. Give your love to the VOD, short form content as well. And also, yeah, I'll see ya on Tuesday, Friday, and various times in the future. Good night, folks. Y'all have a good one.